Hello, type. Hello. Hopefully my keybinds are okay now. I had to like reset all of them. Do you see Eugene's Abyss rank? Just stop. just stop it. This game's fun? Yeah, the game's good. For real. This fucking guy, man. Bro's gonna get banned? Nah, it's gonna take a lot more than that. Just a jest. I mean, it is funny how many opportunities you're finding. You're finding for this shit though. Like, at this point it's just impressive, you know? Like, the stuff in Korra the Sanctuary, now this. I mean, did you just like D-rank on purpose? Like, I don't know, it's... You gotta salute the performance, you know? I gain rank? Wow. Bro actually went into the trenches. Just for that. Crazy. But yeah, all of my character lost their keybind. It seems like if you were using some specific keybinds, they got reset with this patch. Like, I'm using A, which is the equivalent of Q for most people. Q dash, right? That got reset on every character. Like, pretty much all of the keybinds I'm using for skills got reset as well. Like, they got changed to something else.
I never thought this.
But like on every character, it's so weird. But yeah, either way, it should be mostly fixed. There's probably some stuff I've forgotten, but I guess I'll just patch it up over time. I think my markings are fucked. Yeah, my markings are fucked. So I guess no marking for me right now. I'm gonna be running dungeons by the way after this Sakura.
Offer your blood to my blade. Come, a sacrifice for my blade. Quote, be locked up again.
When Sanctuary 2, I have no idea. Like, the people are still not back, right? From the 14 kerfuffle. So I don't know if there's any fixed schedule or anything. I don't even know if we're going today. I guess you can ask Pans and people like that. Alright. I'm shy, brother. Oh yeah, right, I forgot to morph the thing as well. We do. The event one too. Just make everything out of the gate. Get the key now. Well, they put the event stuff at the top. That's good, I guess. It was weird how you had to go all the way to the bottom to craft them. You want to prioritize conquest? I mean, I guess it makes sense. At this point, soulbind stones and stuff like that is like more precious than cards. Either way, don't really mind, so just queue whatever you prefer. Are you done with cards? Because both my sets are done. Kinda. I mean, my PvE set is done, right? My PvP set is so and so. The thing is I'm undecided on whether I want to push Earth Retribution to 16 in PvP. So right now I just don't have that. But in terms of like the actual sets and stuff, yeah, it's mostly done, right? So yeah, it's fine. I mean, the thing with my PvP card set is I don't really want to commit to anything specific because I just have a hunch there's going to be some sort of like balance change that's going to change what you want to go for as a cleric in PvP anyways. So I'm just content with what I have, yeah. I don't like ever. It's not like I'm doing like a ton of PvP as of late anyways, so. Enter. Goodbye, Europe. I had the absolute misfortune of getting sent excerpts of some people commenting and reacting to my tier list. People that don't play the game, I do. And it's been a while since I've gotten this bad of a second-hand embarrassment by watching something. Like, that's pretty impressive. What's your goal in the game right now? I'm just going through the motions. Like, I'm just doing some baseline upgrades and just, you know, stacking up some resources while waiting for Season 4. I don't really have, like, anything specific I'm going for. There's a couple of things I can go for, like, mainly, if I can either make a second Dojo bracelet to get more wisdom, or I can just wait for corroded. Like, ideally it would be better if I waited for corroded, but if I wanted to do that, I could. I can enhance the last 3 pieces of armor that I have for PvE to get a bit more extra HP for Clerics. I can save up and attempt the Horn Dragon Mace again, which I'm gonna have to do anyways at some point. It's just like the one thing that's kind of stopping me from just going for this right now is the fact there's an assumption there's going to be an upcraft from the Crimson Dragon craft, which would make it so the craft is not RNG anymore, right? And if that is to happen, I don't want to attempt the craft until that's in the game, right? So technically speaking, that is my highest priority, but I don't know if I want to go for this right now, assuming there's going to be an upcraft. Is there still something to do? I mean, there's always something to do, right? It just depends. It's just all about expectations and goals and everything. Technically speaking, there's a bunch I can go for in terms of upgrades and stuff like that, even in PvP, right? But obviously, I'm also kind of stopping myself from going too hard as to not burn out on the game before it comes out in the West. So, yeah. I'm just keeping my expectations in check, basically, in terms of my goals and everything. I also still have to enhance my wings, but I'm kind of doing this little by little with the Soulbind Stone allowances I'm given per week from dungeons and Sanctuary. I'm not really like trying to push it too hard by buying gold on the auction house and stuff like that, so this is more of like a horizontal progression type stuff. Watch it on stream. I just don't want to give into that. Do you think they will specify the date of release in August? Honestly, I don't know. I was expecting the release date to be more specific to begin with. But, I mean, again, we are supposed to be getting more information, like, throughout June. And I don't think it's going to pertain to the BM. Because, like, I think the BM information is going to come closer to when the game releases. So, yeah, maybe we'll get a precise date sometime in June or July. Honestly, I don't know. It's hard to probe into their mind right now. Like, they are certainly handling things like a very specific way, yeah. But in terms of like the actual date, my expectation is September 23rd. For a variety of reasons. Like, I don't think it's gonna be early September. At the earliest, it's gonna be mid-September in my opinion. But, you know, we'll see. Which, in a way, kind of sucks, because, like, there's a lot of games coming out in September. But, you know. What can you do? What else is coming in September? There was a bunch of stuff like, you know, with this, the mix of the State of Play, the Summer Game Fest, the Xbox presentation, and the Nintendo Direct. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that got announced for September that has a September release date. Now, depending on what you're interested in, obviously, like, what game you're looking forward to is very different. But, like, let's say for me, I guess a big one is Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, which is going to be mid-September, right? So it's probably going to conflict with the release of AION2. I'm going to have to postpone it, unfortunately. So yeah, like there's a decent amount of like other games coming out at the same time. Guild Wars 3, I mean Guild Wars 3 is not going to be a thing until like 2028. I also don't really think it's... I mean, obviously they both are MMOs, right? I don't think it's necessarily going to compete with AION2. Because like when you look at, you know, Guild Wars 2 the way it is, it's just not quite the same experience. Assuming it's going to be, you know, the same kind of goal. Like Guild Wars 2 is meant to be more of a, you know, laid back, more casual experience that you can drop and pick up at any time. Like, pretty light PvE, pretty light PvP. Which is nice in its own right, right? It's just, it doesn't really offer the same thing. There's new Fire Emblem, yeah. Fortune's Weave. I think it's September 17th. I'm really looking forward to it. He also is more likely to compete with the Riot MMO. I mean, the thing with the Riot MMO is we know absolutely fucking nothing about it. So we just don't know what it's going to compete with. Like, it has restarted development like 50 times by now. And we don't even know if it's going to come out. And if it does, it's probably going to be closer than 2030 than anything, so... Bro, you're trying really fucking hard. I am not reading that. I don't disagree, though. What's FE Fire Emblem? I know not everyone likes Fire Emblem. I like Fire Emblem. In fact, I really like it. So I'll be playing the new one. I don't know if I'm going to be playing it on stream. But yeah, I'll be playing it for sure. I mean, something I'm absolutely going to be playing on stream on 2027 is the next Pokemon game, though. I think that's going to be a fun stream game. Because I do like the competitive aspect of it, like VGC. So I'll be doing some VGC on stream. Hello, Mandy. Like, I do like to make wacky teams and get into, like, top 100 with them. Oh, I didn't even see you were dying. What the fuck killed you? Wait, it's kind of surrounded. Ooh. Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm not using a stone on that. It's about dead anyways. You guys will be fine. Right, so he thinks the game will be released by 2030, so we're hoping earlier. I mean, an MMO takes a long fucking time to make, so 2030 sounds about right. Like, assuming they restarted development like 2 years ago. Yeah, that's kind of the bare minimum. I don't know if you played Glide, by the way, but from what I've seen is that Overhead Slam is the highest damage ability, but hard to use it when the boss is not knocked down, do you know? Yeah. It's one of those skills that another skill gives you a spam window for it. It's God, it's not called Rage Burst. I forgot the exact name of the skill that gives you the window, but yeah, there's a skill that allows you to spam overhead slam regardless of conditions. Raging Burst, yeah, something like that, yeah. I keep forgetting the exact name, but it's something like that, yeah. Or explosive, explosion of fury. I don't remember, dude. Every gladiator skill name is the same. That's the problem. Rage Burst, there you know. There you go. But yeah, basically that opens a window of time where you can spam the skill, and because of CDR and all of that, you basically have that window open like 24/7. So for the noob question, I mean, that's fine. It's expected. But at this point, like, I pretty much every melee class has something akin to that, where you can spam your proc skill. And essentially the bulk of your PvE DPS is built around those spam windows. Hold on while bottom game? Yeah, pretty much. Hey. God, I'm just... You know, there is really a whole ass world out there of people that haven't played the game or only played the game in Season 1 and think they are right in terms of their opinion on, you know, the state of the game and stuff like that based off of that. It's crazy. Are all cosmetic time gated, a lot of mountain wings are unpurchasable? If you mean the... you know, the cosmetic cash up ones. Are we being dead ass right now? If you mean the cosmetic cash up ones, yes. They are on a rotation. They come in and out of rotation. Some of them have only been added once. But yeah, but these ones don't give any perks. They don't unlock anything, they're just like visual. The no glad experience, yeah. I'm assuming I just start worrying about macros on saturation max level. Yeah, pretty much. Like, anything that pertains to min-maxing in PvE, you won't really give a shit until you're starting to be properly set up. So, you know, with the proper, like, skill levels, like, from the rings and arcanas and everything. I can kick the SM for Glad. No, but you don't understand, Sakura. Gladiator is not an S tier class because it doesn't play like AION2. Can't fucking believe this. I'm gonna ride this high like all month. I've never listened to such, like, I don't know, man. It's just embarrassing, really. Has your video been shared on Reddit? I have no idea. I mean, I've been shown excerpts of other people reacting to it, and I have seen opinions of people about the stuff I said. And again, there's a whole ass world out there of people who think they know what the fuck they're talking about. It's crazy. Like, a screenshot I was shown was someone getting really upset at me. God, what was he saying again? Like, someone was saying that I'm a dumb bitch and I'm just upset that Cleric doesn't play as, like, was it play or do as much damage? I think it was do as much damage. I'm upset that Cleric doesn't do as much damage as Assassin, and Life Leech has been dead ever since they changed it, and I'm out of my mind if I think you can Life Leech in endgame. The same guy, within the same sentence, said all of that. Like, again, I don't know, it's... Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's one of the things where... That's one of the reasons why I'm just staying disconnected from the rest of the content space and stuff, because, bro, I am genuinely getting secondhand embarrassment from just listening and watching some of the stuff that other people say about this game. It's like, you don't fucking play the game. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about, man. My god, you say shit like this so convincingly, you know what I mean? Life Leech is still broken? Yeah, but here's the thing, this position, right? Here's the thing. In order to know that, you would have to be playing the game. Because a lot of people, like, the way they follow information about this game is they see Reddit posts, or they see someone that doesn't play the game read a patch note without any context, and they take that as gospel, right? But when you actually play the game, you know these things, because within a day of just running content, it's very visible. Like, you have people saying that Life Leech isn't broken and Cleric's healing is necessary in endgame, when the entire fucking DPS cast in the game regenerates over 10,000 HP per second by just holding down a DPS button. Again, if you actually play the game, you see these things, right? Could you maybe show how to build a Cleric effectively PvP? I'm figuring how to figure out the right path. When you say PvP, do you mean solo PvP or group PvP? Because for solo PvP, there's no right path for Cleric. Cleric is just bad. Like, it doesn't matter how much you invest into Cleric. Cleric will always be bad at 1v1 PvP in the current state of things. For group PvP, you have two main paths, right? The most common one is block and HP, you know, the typical. Some people build evasion because it's the only way you can even remotely counter assassin. Although I would say that's a bit more of a niche pick. Like, block is just the more popular one. That's why I have 500 resistance, because Gladiator don't die. Yeah. But again, it's only things that you would know if you actually play the game. But of course, people that only played the game in Season 1, or only, you know things about the game based off of, like, you know, patch notes and Reddit posts, would have a different opinion. And that SM just fucking died, bro. Like, the thing is, right, it is very tempting for me to just answer those, like make you know, a response video to go over all of the dumb shit I've seen being said about my tier list, right? And to just go over everything to try and educate these people, but at the same time, I don't really want to fall into the rabbit hole of, like, giving attention to these people, because they sincerely do not deserve it. So yeah, I'll just take it and just, like, roll my eyes and move on, I guess. Thank God bro left. Damn. I only played Season 1 to try the game out. Yeah, things have changed a decent amount by then. Like, when it comes to PvP, there's been huge changes to the way the damage formula works. There's been a lot of, like, sweeping changes to CC and so on and so forth, right? So a lot of things have changed around. And when it comes to PvP, Cleric is only really valuable in a group environment, which mainly means Battlegrounds right now. In 1v1, Cleric loses against pretty much every class outright. And there's multiple reasons for that. It's not as simple as pointing out one thing and think that's the reason. But I have actually covered some of those in my latest tier list video, if you're curious about that. Your tier list is fairly accurate. If you want to do damage as a Cleric, you die to everything. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because if you build for DPS in PvP as a Cleric, the problem is you're going to get outpaced when it comes to the raw amount of damage you deal versus the raw amount of damage you take, right? And then on the flip side, every other class will have some way to CC you. And if you want to heal yourself, you have to stop DPSing to heal yourself, right? and you don't have any CC to keep people at bay, to open up burst windows, and to prevent them from life leeching off of you, right? Like, it's not really that hard of a concept to grasp when you understand how the game works. And even if you look at all of the 1v1 matchups in a vacuum, it's like you understand those things, right? Some matchups used to be better, like namely, you used to have a fairly decent matchup against Sork. But ever since they added the anti-heal to Sork's toolkit is able to outpace you on the length. Now, it's still a matchup that isn't like completely one-sided, because Sork doesn't have, you know, life leech. Or at least Sork doesn't have relevant life leech, so you're able to slowly crawl your way through the fight against the Sork as a cleric. But for the most part, if the Sork knows what he's doing, it doesn't take more than one bad Theostone proc for you to die. Whereas as a cleric, you're gonna need a lot of time and dedication and rotating your status effect scrolls properly and everything in order to be able to do anything. And again, that's not really saying much, because Sork is arguably the worst class in the game, right? So yeah, again, it's like I can talk about all of these things at length, but I'm pretty sure that everyone in chat right now knows this by now, because most people in my chat either actually play the game or we have discussed all of these at length, and I have gone out to actually display my points, right, every single time. I'm not talking out of my ass. Full block clerics are annoying, but they have no kill pressure. Yeah. Like the thing is with block cleric is bulky. It's able to sustain itself, but against the top three, like the current top three in PvP, which is Ranger, Gladiator, Assassin, block cleric can't really do anything, because Ranger doesn't give a shit about block, because a lot of Ranger's tools has block and evasion ignores, as well as a block and evasion ignore with an anti-heal that essentially nukes cleric's healing potential. Gladiator mostly plays with accuracy, right? And the amount of CC that Glad has, if Gladiator just gets one bad CC on you when you don't have Defiance and they go on your back, you're just dead, right? They have the kill potential to kill you within a single stun, right? Even if you're geared, it doesn't matter. And Assassin doesn't give a shit about block, because they have two gap closers that drop them on your back. Whatever Transcendence full, I reject them, or I take a 620 Ranger. Yeah, I mean, the main reason is very simple, right? It's just Sork has good PvE DPS, but the current meta favors self-sustain more than anything. And since Sork is frail and doesn't have good self-sustain, like, why take it? Now, again, for run-of-the-mill PvE, it's fine, and you can do every single piece of content in the game with Sork, you can. It's just, and the point of a tier list is to differentiate the different classes based on their potential and results. Like, a tier list is not really... Like, a tier list is based off of context, right? That's just how it is, really. You don't really rank stuff based off of vibes. And that's what I try to do. Do you think they'll take a different approach in the West regarding the Holy Trinity? They have already mentioned, and again, just another thing that reinforces my point, the developers have mentioned multiple times across the last few weeks that they are unhappy with the current state of the Trinity. Is this gonna aggro me? Okay, no, we're good. They are unhappy with the state of the Trinity, and they understand that there is a subset of classes that are overly dominant in both PvE and PvP. They know that, and they have acknowledged it. So I'm assuming that Season 4 is going to see sweeping changes. That is my that is my current assumption. But you know, it's better to just like bury your head in the sand and pretend that everything's fine, right? Dude, okay, just... One of the things I saw done by someone who watched my tier list video, by the way, is the dude didn't watch the entire video. He just stopped my video and what basically said I was out of my mind. And he opened the tier list maker, put every class in S, and said something along the line that every class is okay, every class is okay. Like the game's perfectly balanced. It's like, This has to be rage bait at this point. Like, I just sincerely cannot believe that as a person you can be this fucking stupid. Even if you don't understand the game, even if you don't play the game. Surely, like, at least you can listen to the stuff I'm saying. I just don't know, man. I'm just flabbergasted, really. Like, AION2 in the West has a poser epitome. It's crazy. But it's fine when the developers eventually addresses the problem I've covered and they read the patch notes, because that's the only thing they do, right? Maybe they'll second thought their opinion on this, right? Or maybe they're gonna like fling their arms and say that nothing was wrong to begin with. Who knows? But the only thing that's a bit annoying is I don't even necessarily care that people are fucking stupid. It's just that I have to deal with the aftermath. It's like some dumb fuck, you know, does stuff like this and it sends a bunch of like actual... It just like spreads misinformation and then I have to clean up after them, right? It's like... I don't know if you guys ever had a cat. It's like you have a cat with like a very specific eating habit and you get someone to you know, to cat sit for you while you're out of town or while you're out of town or while you're, you know, doing a chore or something, and you very specifically tell that person, this is factual, all right? The way you have to feed my cat is by giving it this portion of this specific food. If you don't do that, it's gonna be problematic. And then you come back home, and the dumb fuck you gave your cat to fed something different with like twice the portion to your cat. And now your cat is sick and is puking everywhere. And now you're the one that has to clean up after this guy. This is basically how it feels right now. Like I'm trying to put out accurate information out in the wild, and then some dumb fuck poser that doesn't know anything just goes over it and says that I'm wrong with absolutely no data to back it up, right? And now I have to clean up after the people who believe in these lies, which is a bit obnoxious. Always find people like this? Yeah, but you know, it's... You would think, like, the game is so niche in the West right now that I wouldn't have to deal with this right now. But I do. I got the Emperor dagger skin. Oh, you mean the Nemesis, right? Yeah, I got the Moose Bull weapon, like the mace skin yesterday. Unfucking believable, man. I just found the High Commander mace skin. The game just isn't giving it to me. It's giving me everything but that one. Like, at this point, I think I've gotten every single, like, orange mace weapon skins out of the Gamba, except for the High Commander. It's crazy. I mean, I guess I don't have the new Abyss one either. Which, actually, I haven't checked how the new one looks, right? I should check. Well, rip that guy. Well, I also haven't gotten that yet, yeah. The Gamba is like a cruel mistress, man. Like, there's not that many orange skin to go around. I've gotten so many doubles out of the like very few oranges I've gotten. It's crazy. Like, I keep getting the Sky Song Pauldron, so the Ancient Spirit. And I keep getting the High Commander Pants skin. Like, these two, I just keep fucking getting them, dude. I'll take golds. I do need the soulbind stone. What does the guy do less than you? I want the SM back. Well, at least the stagger on the first boss is not a problem anymore. Like, pick your fights, you know. I mean, this guy is only 4.7. Yeah. I mean, yeah. He should be doing more damage than me, though. Like, there's no way. Which classes do you think are the most popular, and who would you like to see more in the game if necessary from the classes? Who would you like to see more of? Game is necessary from the classes. Do you mean what? Okay, I guess I'm gonna ask a counter question to you. What do you mean by popular? Do you mean popular as in good, or do you mean popular as in that's the class that you see the most around of? When you go to the sugar minigame, is there a way to get back to the place where you're requesting to use the TV scrolls? When you go to the sugar minigame, it drops you where the sugar minigame is. Most played, the range. Yeah, if you mean like which class is the most played, like actual players, like I would say the two classes that are the most played are probably Ranger and Gladiator. These are the most popular ones. If you, as Sakura said, if you had to pick like one specific class, Ranger is probably the most popular overall. Now, if you also look at the bots, then SM is all the way at the top. But, you know, from actual players, there's not that many SMs. It's actually one of the like least played classes in terms of like actual players. And there's reasons for that, right? Like I think a lot of the game, like class population was dictated by the balance of the first few months. I fell again, brother. How? These platforms have such a high, like a big fucking hitbox, dude. I keep getting body blocked. I guess we're doing Sanctuary tomorrow. Alright. What class is the most needed in the game as a support? Chanta. Chanta is the king of supports right now. Like the party buffs that it gives are just insane. Actual like game changers, genuinely. I did recently release a tier list video that goes over like every class and where they stand in the game as of right now. Like with the current balance, obviously, a month from now we are getting the expansion, which will likely alter the balance in a meaningful way. So things will likely change. But as of right now, the list I just released on my YouTube is pretty much as accurate as it gets. I didn't discuss every single perk of every class, but in terms of where they stand, it is accurate. Thanks to the answers, yeah, no problem. No problem. I saw the video? Well, there you go. There you go. I was getting confused looking through some things. Do you think would be good if you made settings guide on video on your YouTube? Maybe properly useful. I mean, these types of things. Okay, so I have two opinions on those. Number one, I don't really want to make like broad beginner guides of any types until we are much closer to global, right? Because like the game is like 3-4 months away in global right now. So any guide that you can make for those is probably going to be outdated. And by the time it comes out, and it's also very likely not going to help many people, because like there's virtually no one from global trying to play the game right now, right? That's number one. Number two, there's enough low-hanging fruit YouTube channels that will probably just cover those, and I'd rather just spend my time on content that covers more in-depth stuff that these channels can't cover. You know what I mean? And then for like more intricate, like nitty-gritty questions about setting up stuff, I can just answer people on stream. That's kind of my approach right now. Now we'll see, you know, as we get closer to global, if more and more people ask for those, then maybe, but yeah. That's why I'm mostly focusing, like, the main two content types on my YouTube channel right now are content guides and opinion pieces about the game, because these basically focus on, like, these you can really only make if you play the game, right, actively and keep up with everything, right? So that's kind of what I want to like focus on. Like even the patch notes video, I didn't really want to make them. I just started making them because I got asked to do that a lot. And I figured, you know, whatever. Like it's not very high effort. I might as well, right? Yeah, the only thing that sucks about making another Horn Dragon weapon attempt is the fucking gold fuckers, man. Like, everything genuinely has fallen down to a very reasonable price. Even Odell and everything is like quite reasonable right now. But man, the gold fluxes are insane. Like 2 mil a pop. It's the fluxes alone are 100 mil. It's like 60% of the price is just those stupid fluxes, man. I'm also scared to be failing again. Dude, could you fucking imagine if I try to craft the mace again and I fail again? What do I do with myself at this point? Actually, fail again, it's a sign for you to chill till global, which is sad. I mean, I can't really do that though. Like, I would basically just be, you know, continuing to play with my shitty looter mace. With not much of another choice. Really. Sucks. He's getting moderately fucked. I mean, we are getting really close to skipping the pillar phase on this one. Really close. Oh god. Ooh. Little bit overconfident on the kill speed here. maybe don't do that. It was almost really bad. The 14th cannot come any earlier. I mean, just 4 more days, you know? Just 4 more days. And then we can finally put everything to rest. This guy is struggling a little bit. What is in 4 days? The season 4 showcase. So we will probably have like the bulk of the information when it comes to like what's gonna come. Which I cannot wait, genuinely. Like, I'm more excited about this than... I mean, we might as well refer to it as E3, because, I mean, bro, what has been happening the last few days is basically just E3, but like, you know. Are you co-streaming it? I don't know if I will, because there's gonna be the usual people translating stuff, right? So I think I'm just going to, you know, let them have the viewership because they are translating it, right? And I'm probably gonna stream afterwards to discuss everything. I don't have to open the kibblisk for the assassin this time. Imagine that. There used to be a question, but I can't figure out how to avoid ultimate Burk's extinction of eternity. There's no way to hide, it seems, when he casts it. If you mean the ultimate attacks, there's rocks on the edge of the arena, behind which you can hide to avoid the attack. Why can't I move my stuff in my inventory? You can. You have to hold the button down for like a second before you can pick it up. It's a bit counterintuitive, but yeah, that's just how it is. Probably because, you know, like you can... Like the way you go through the inventory is by grabbing and releasing, right? So they probably did that so you would not grab items when moving around. Decent stagger. He's gonna have to jump again. Maybe we can skip? Not quite. A little bit short. Oh boy. You guys got this. Damn, only one guy lived? That's crazy. The self-redstone epidemic is going crazy, dude. They kept? Crazy. The amount of like blue energy we get is crazy. But, like this week is gonna be the last week I'm going to empty out my energy. Like I'm gonna use everything and then I'll save it up afterwards to make sure I have capped blue energy. We can skip, yeah, we're getting really close, but not quite. Would be okay if we had a ranged DPS in the group to just, you know, finish it off after the first dash, but I think we should kick the Cleric to get a DPS. Doing 800k, blame the Glad, yeah. No, just pull, dude. Like, this Glad is like slow as fuck for some reason. I don't really understand why. Like, he keeps taking 5 business days to come. It's so weird. Yeah, there he is. His prediction is level 20. He's re-hyping based on DPS. I mean, it could be, yeah. It's hard to know, right? Since he has a Chinese name. Yeah, what does his name mean in Chinese? And is it, like, grammatically correct? That's a good way to check, I guess. I mean, okay, actually, can you tell when someone is Google translating in Chinese? Because, I mean, you can retell in Japanese and Korean, right? So I'm assuming in Chinese you can also tell. Like ChatGPT generated names. I filled local since day one. Oh really? I mean, I guess if you have a short name, it's probably fine, right? But some people make actual fucking whole ass sentences as their name. And this guy does have like a, you know, a somewhat moderately long name as well, so I would assume you would be able to tell, but maybe not. Because, like, obviously, like, so the ults I have that have a Chinese name are short enough to, you know, not really seem like anything. Like, my chanter is called Milk Toast, right? You know? Yeah, can't really go wrong with 2 characters. That's the same as Mosa's. His name was Deep Throat. Okay. Directly translated looked really weird. Interesting. That's a choice, you know? And what's this Glad? I'm curious. Oh my god, my keybind for my map is not bound. Dude, they fucked something with the keybinds. I swear to god. I had to spend 30 minutes to redo keybinds before the stream because this patch fucked them. Bro fucking called himself Deep Throat in Chinese. That's crazy. Yeah, let me just like translate the term throat go. No one's gonna see it coming, dude. No one's gonna be able to tell that I'm a foreigner. Yeah. That's my SM's name, how do you know? Just a hunch. I don't see any rocks to hide behind, unlike the previous skill he cast. Maybe I should just jump? Oh, okay. I think I know the one you're talking about. I think I know the one you're talking about. So, I just don't know the exact names, right? So there's one skill where you need to hide behind a rock. There's another skill that is a stagger check, and you have to stagger the boss. Otherwise, you get one shot. Yeah, like the stagger bar of the boss is getting unlocked during the cast. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done Croc Cave. This Glad's name is normal Marshall Xiaobian. Maybe that's his online name. Okay. Well, it would be weird if he has high ping then, but, you know. Maybe he's playing on phone. How about that? Have you thought about that? Dude, okay. I saw someone sent a video of a Cleric doing the mini boss of Moosepool, right? And bro was saying this is the evidence that this game was built for mobile. And I was like, wow, I'm actually surprised people are doing this on mobile. Let me have a look at it. The Cleric was just standing AFK on the edge of the arena for the entire thing. Like every now and again he would use Benevolence, but he was not doing mechanics. He was not DPSing. He was not healing. He was just standing idle on the edge and using Benevolence every now and again. And bro is like, yep, that's the evidence. Like, I don't know, man. Like, again, it's a weird time to be on the internet because it's pretty hard to tell whether someone is rage baiting when they say dumb shit like this or if they're actually just really fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very, very thin line between the two. It's really hard to tell. I thought on also one playing Cleric on phone, running around like a headed chicken, got himself killed over and over again. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I mean, to the guy's credit, he didn't die to anything, but he was just disengaged from the fight entirely. Pretty much. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know why this lad is so slow. Also, I still haven't keybound my map. I need to fix this. I guess next time someone leaves and we have to rebuild. Do you think, okay, do you think the Glad is falling behind because he has really high load times because of phone? At this point, I'm honestly pretty sure this Gladiator is playing on phone, yeah. I mean, look, at least he's attacking the boss. Really, that you can play on phone? Well, play is a very generous description. You can log in on phone. That's for sure. It look like people with massive lag stuttering around. Yeah, I haven't really paid too much attention to it, but Sakura did say that he looks like someone that has high ping. It makes sense, I guess. Why is my macro just getting stuck like this so often? I don't really get it. It's probably IQ being dog shit. But it's doing it more often than usual. Any solo expeditions, or do I have to wait for people? It's on my MSQ. Soloing is gonna be complicated. But there's usually people running them. Bad body block. Damn, crazy. Like, I remember when I was leveling my ult, I mean, I don't know if that's still the case, but there's usually like... I can't open my map. Okay, now that is a problem. Wow, they fucking pulled? That's crazy. Okay, well, let me fix the map keybind. Is it this? Map. Yeah, it just randomly shuffled the keybinds for some reason. But yeah, there's usually like high-level people that are like carrying other people, and you can just like join in halfway through, and as long as the expedition gets cleared, like it counts for you. Yeah, I would assume. Okay, yeah, see, there's people. Like, you join any of these, right? You join any of these. That's me. I mean, there was a level 45 guy. Like, you can just join that guy. And he's probably just going to one-shot the mob. Like, even if you're not in the boss arena, even if you didn't hit the boss, like, it's still going to count to complete your quest, so it doesn't matter. Oh boy. Dude. Like, why? Like, you just don't have to take that risk. You don't. You can't hit the boss anyways. I mean, I guess you can ask him, Sakura. Assuming that this guy is Chinese, you can ask him if he's playing on phone. At this point, I'm just curious. But I'm pretty convinced he is. He's not really holding threat either. Yep. That is that is something. Who the fuck keeps doing that? The first time was the Glad. I didn't see who it was the second time. I think it was the Chenta, because the Chenta was next to where the boss went. But maybe it could have been the Glad, because I did see the Glad roll. I'm not quite sure. I mean, you can't really judge bro. Like he's on the shitter right now with his phone out. Barely can fucking see the screen. He's just squeezing his fingers to try and put predation on us. Like he's already like at peak stress, you know? Like, bro is on break right now at his job. Pretending to be taking a shit. Running a couple of dungeons on AION2. Can you really blame him? Yeah, one pill is fine. I start and through level 45 join me. Yeah, there you go. It's usually not a problem. Like, if there's no lobbies ongoing, then you don't even wait for people to join. You just start the dungeon and you open the Kibelisks, and people will join to clear them. Like, it's not a problem. Oh my god, bruh. I mean, I'll take the orange mat, I guess. Cool. And look at these stats. That is not a winner. And didn't even ask the guy if he played on phone. We'll never know, dude. No. No. It's the mystery that's fun. Sometimes it's not about knowing outright. It's about the suggestion of knowing, you know? I'm edging my knowledge. Oh, I guess I'll start converting shit. Might as well. Goddamn, 16. I got tradable pants. Oh, did you? Like the gold ones? Surely they're gonna add a select all button at some point. I mean, that probably sells for like a couple of doublins, probably. D-seed. It's fine, nobody's joining anyways. Like, you'll be okay. We just have a Glad right now, so... We have yet to get the actually hard to get class in the group. One also has attack, right? And this one has accuracy, actually. Penetration. Does penetration even does anything in PvE? Because penetration is, it's measured against defense, isn't it? I'm guessing any of these are, like, valuable. Asian. Status effect resists. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Bisha. Dude. Regen. Ooh. Oh, dude. I'll take the regen. I need to level up everything anyways at some point. I'll level up the accuracy ones next. I mean, I guess I can drop some accuracy in my genus. I do believe I have a little bit too much. Anything else to reroll in my orange? I mean, I guess I could get incoming healing on this. Not really that valuable, though. I do need grace on this, but one benediction isn't too bad. Honestly, there's nothing that's like very urgent. Like, I guess I need to reroll this for perfect chance, though. Yeah. Any positive changes for Cleric recently? Depends how recent you mean. Like, Cleric has gotten a decent amount of a single target DPS from a recent balance patch. It's still the lowest DPS overall, but it's a bit closer now. As for the rest, not really. Life Leech still destroys any needs for healing in endgame. And it's still shit in 1v1 PvP, so not much else has really changed. But as I said, right, I don't think there's going to be any sweeping balance changes until Season 4. Wonder when they finally receive the exact date of global release, how I'm supposed to take vacation otherwise. Yeah, you're not the only one. Like, a bunch of people want to be able to put down PTO for this, right? So, being so vague is pretty bad. Now, my hunch is September 23rd, right? But... we'll have yet to know. I do hope they're not going to wait too long before they reveal the date. I hope it's something that we'll know at least prior to August, so people can put down the PTO in you know, with a good enough notice. Because, you know, some positions cannot put down PTO like less than a month prior, so. I guess, do I re-roll? Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to roll off the attack on this, so I roll it on the extra soulbind stat, like the extra soulbind 9, and this way I can roll perfect on this, so I can inherit it later on. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Because attack is pretty easy to roll, right? Even if I lose a little bit because of the soulbind level, like, it's fine. Warm benediction is decent too, actually. But yeah, nah, I'll go for attack. Oh, fuck, I got perfect. Fuck. Oh, no way. Dude, of course, of course. I got perfect before I got attack. Okay, whatever, man. That's so dumb. I guess I'll just keep it as is, man. No Chanta situation. Life is pain. Too bad Americans don't get PTO. Well, KMMOs don't really get to live long in NA anyways. I can't fucking believe I rolled 2 times to get attack on my Philistone soulbind, and I get fucking perfect. Unfucking believable, man. Who said we don't get PTO in America? I mean, I don't know. Someone in chat said that. I'm not too familiar with the job environment in the US of A. Game looks like TNL. It's built off of Unreal Engine, so visually it's gonna be somewhat similar, right? It doesn't really play like it though. Is it better? Like no pay to win type shit? Oh, the game has pay to win. It's a Korean MMO, right? So they're usually gonna have the usual outliers. Now, this is on the Korean version. We don't know how the monetization system is gonna be in the West. We just don't know yet. But yeah, it's built similarly. Right. They built in an Unreal Engine 4 first and a reworked for UE5. FPS would become nice if they start in UE5. Yeah. I mean, the optimization is okay. It's nothing like special. It has some problems, but you know, the game runs pretty well, all things considered. Do you have any stats for me on how much I need to spend to get 1 plus 20 item? In terms of the Kina amount, I mean, 0 to 20 is going to be around 60 million Kina on average. In terms of real money, I mean, do you mean on Taiwan or Korea? Because the answer is, I mean, do you mean Taiwan or Korea? And do you mean with the currency trade, or do you mean with RMT? Because the answer is going to be very different. The legal world with real money. I haven't looked at the state of currency change, but like I don't really do currency exchange. I believe I want to say it's $1 per million right now, right? Which means that 0 to 20 would be in the midst of 50 to 60 bucks, right? I think the legal way is like this. Let me double check. Yeah, it's around that. Yeah, it's around that. If you go the RMT route, I mean, again, I don't do it, so I haven't checked exactly what the prices are right now. But as far as I'm aware, it's like 15 bucks for 100 million, which would translate to, I guess, $7 to get plus 20. How many pieces are there? Do you mean in terms of gear? There's those. Like, they recently added 2 more pieces of equipment, which, God, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly how many. 22, the 2 at the bottom you don't count, because like these are like it's a separate thing. It's like 20 pieces of equipment, yeah, that sounds about right. Now, the belt and the amulet also don't count, because they are also like a separate like thing. So that would be 18. I play support and hate taking, so I guess I'm stuck with Cleric regardless. Might as well get used to the gameplay. I mean, gameplay-wise, the class is fine, right? It's just the game isn't really like well built around it. Like Chanta just ends up being the superior pick in most situations if you want to play like a support that can heal. At least as of right now. Oh, well, the boss actually dies before the pillars with this group. Damn, 2 Philistones. That is vile. 18 times 60, 1080 just for gear to the 2 plus 20. Yeah, I mean, that's for orange gear, right? But obviously, when, at least on Taiwan, like the people who actually swipe to get shit done, they just do it through the RMT route because it's so much fucking cheaper. Like, you're basically looking to spend like 10 times less. So $100, right? Hello, Rolex. Obviously, again, like we just don't know how the systems and the monetization is going to be on global, so God fucking knows. How does RMT even work? Well, you see, when a Chinese bot farm and a player love each other very much. But more seriously, like I think the way people do RMT in this game is they go through the auction house, like the RMT farm just put up a piece of equipment. I don't know, actually, the player put up a piece of equipment for like a certain price on the auction house, and that's how they trade the money, and they just use like a third-party website to pay the RMT guy. And because on Taiwan it's completely unchecked, like there's actually no moderation when it comes to RMT. That's just what people do. And it's really fucking cheap because the bots are not really getting... Like, the bots are not really getting banned, so... The bot farms and the RMT services have insane stock, so everything is like dirt cheap. Do they enforce bans for RMT? Not really. Like, they don't really enforce ban on anything on Taiwan. Like, the Taiwan region is the Wild West. Korea is very different. Korea actually has like essentially no bots and no RMT happening because they just ban everything and they have like very severe checks on accounts. So as a result, the currency exchange and the RMT prices in Korea are like fucking 100 times the ones of Taiwan. Taiwan sounds chill as fuck. Yeah, I mean Taiwan is like a bit of a degen hole in general. Like basically if people can abuse something on Taiwan, they'll fucking abuse it. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit. We watched your stream when I woke up in the morning. I fell asleep a little too early yesterday. Damn. On global, it's probably going to be 10x. Yeah, I mean, again, we just don't know exactly how it's going to be on global, right? Until they tell us. And they probably won't tell us until, like, August. Going to be honest, like, RMT for last stock on the West and got banned after a few days. And not sure if it's worth the risk. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, my personal take on it, right, is any swiping, whether it's through legal or illegal means, like, it's just a mentality thing, right? Because I do believe you're robbing yourself out of like playtime by swiping for power in a game like this, because the farm is part of the play progression, right? Now, obviously, if you don't like farming and you just want to get to the end game, and you don't have time to farm, then it's your prerogative to do it. But me personally, I would not consider it to be worth it. Because at the end of the day, you're just playing the game, right? But especially doing it through illegal means, like, I would not fucking risk it. Now, on Taiwan, just... If someone wants to RMT on Taiwan, I can't really stop... I can't really, like, tell them not to do it. Because, again, they don't really enforce any bans on people on Taiwan. They just don't give a shit. Do you think there will be, like, founder packs? Yeah, probably. I would be pretty surprised if there wasn't, like, some sort of a... like, my prediction is there's gonna be some sort of, like, early access thing. Like, package when the game comes in the West. I might have to expend some money to keep up with everyone since I'm going on vacation like 2-3 weeks after release. I will be behind once I return. Doesn't really matter. Like, the thing is, with the way the season system works, and with the catch-up mechanics and everything, like, whenever you come back, are you gonna be behind? Yeah. Are you going to be able to catch up after a few weeks? Yeah, you will. And again, it's all about expectations. Now, if you want to be like up to date as soon as you come back, then yeah, you can probably swipe. And it also depends on like whether you give a shit about PvP or not. Because if you're only focusing on PvE, like, you could take a 2-month vacation and come back and you'll probably just be fine. Like, keeping up with PvE is not difficult. Like the main thing with PvP is it's hard to keep up with PvP because you have to keep up with PvE because that's your main source of like fucking everything in this game. So if you do PvP, you have to keep up with PvP, with PvE and with PvP, right? And that is what is stretching your resources like thin. So in that case, if you're not locked in, then yeah, you're probably gonna fall behind and it's gonna be like a bit difficult to catch up. But at the same time, especially if you play Cleric, like I don't think you should worry about that. Can I do PvP with PvE gear if I only do PvE? If you mean like light PvP, yeah, you can. Like if you do stuff like Siege and like you just want to do like your daily quests, like your weekly quests and stuff like that, right? You'll be able to do that with PvE gear. Like assuming they don't change the way equipment works in Season 4. Like the position where you're going to struggle in PvP if you use PvE gear is in like 1v1 against people who do keep up with PvP. And like arena and stuff like that. But for the rest, it'll be fine. In fact, like if you're only interested by stuff like Siege and world bosses, just to be able to like stash up your medals for the long term, PvE gear is what you actually need because it's boss damage. And bosses are PvE. So if you want to maximize your contribution to get more medals, you actually want to use PvE gear. I see people on arena leaderboard on Sugar with PvE gear. Well, okay, there's two aspects to that. First of all, again, when you look up someone's profile, maybe they're going to be in their PvE set at that given point, right? So maybe there's that. Usually you just have to check the amulet. And if you see this amulet, they're on PvE gear. If you see this amulet, they're on PvP gear, right? That's one thing. The other thing is, as of right now, it's meta to be running some pieces of PvE equipment in PvP. Because of like the disparity between orange gear and yellow gear efficiency in terms of the soul binds. So like stuff like the chest piece, the legs, the weapon and the guard, people run PvE right now. Because it's easier to get them in PvE, like from PvE. And they are more powerful than PvP. Until you get like the same grade of PvP, which, you know, most people just do like half and half until they can get to that point. Haven't seen so much about profession in this game. I hope they have a good system for them. Crafting is very bare bones in this game. Like crafting and gathering is very bare bones. It's as basic as it can get. There's not really much of a thing as being a life skiller in this game. That's not a thing. So with this new Sanctuary, do you still think Cleric is useless in PvE? No, they need a Cleric to do it. The 6-man groups change. Do you think Cleric could be valuable? So with the new Sanctuary, the thing is Cleric is comfortable to prog with because it's the same usual stuff, right? With a fresh Sanctuary, if you have a Cleric that runs the Resurrection spell, at least it allows you to save up on a few stones, even though like the Resurrection like system is still dog shit. People will like you just because of that. And the healing helps to make people be comfortable while progging the fight. Now, do you need a Cleric to clear the fight? No. There's been plenty of groups that has just ran a Chanter without a Cleric. You do need to play the fight properly, but it is entirely possible. Does a Cleric makes things like more comfortable? Yeah. And it's the really only fight in the game where that argument can be brought up right now. But if the question is, can you get through the Caldric's fight with just Life Leech potion and maybe like some surface level healing from like a Chanter? Yeah, you can. It's not like a WoW or Final Fantasy XIV where the endgame raid requires you to have the healing classes to get through. But most people will probably carry a Cleric just for the sake of convenience. I keep liking this game less and less every time I ask something. I mean, the game is fun, right? The game is fun, the game has potential, but it certainly has a lot of problems. But so does every game. Like, even like the top MMOs right now, I could just straight up go on and on about huge problems that they have and the reason why I'm not playing them. Every game is like this, right? And again, hopefully Season 4 will cover some of those problems. They should, with the 6-man group, change mandatory 1 star for Cleric so they aren't run with 4 or 5 DPS. Yeah, I mean, typically in a Trinity game, you need the healer class and you need the tank class to be running content, because that's just how you maintain the balance within a Trinity, right? But this game added self-sustained tools to every class because they don't want people to feel stranded in scenarios where they can't find a healer. And I get that, because in AION2, when you wanted to run content and you didn't have a Cleric handy, you were just fucked, right? But the thing is, that's the caveat of running a Trinity MMO, right? Like, it comes with its advantages and it's inconvenient. So you have to pick one at the end of the day. If you want to run a Trinity MMO, it has to come with the problems. And if you want classes to have self-sustain and stuff like that, then you need it to be even across every class. And the support classes need to be giving stuff other than healing. It's really that simple, right? Like, this game is not a sandbox. But you know, some people will look at you dead in the eyes and tell you that you can't run even a simple dungeon without a Cleric, and that I'm delusional, so... You know, you can choose to believe the person who actually plays the game and has demonstrated his point multiple times, or you can choose to believe people who just, you know, comment on the game without actually playing it. Assassin is a good class in PvE, in your opinion? Assassin is an excellent class in PvE. It's like one of the best PvE DPS in the game. Has great self-sustain. It's up there. Like, good movement. It's a top tier class. But yeah, with the 6-man group stuff, obviously the support classes are gonna be like lifted up even further, because when you have more people to buff, then all of a sudden your class becomes even more wanted. Now, that being said, obviously they're going to balance it out, because like if they keep the current balance, like let's assume we get 6-man groups in season 4, right? If they keep the exact same balance, then all of a sudden classes like Chanter and Gladiator are gonna be completely fucking broken in PvE in terms of like the RDPS they have. Which, by the way, I just want to make something very fucking clear with people that are watching the stream right now. When you look at a class's performance in a group PvE environment, the only metric that matters, regardless of your sentiment, regardless of how you feel about the game or the class in itself, the only metric that matters is RDPS. What is RDPS? It's effective DPS, which is the DPS that you actually provide when you account for buffs that you give to the group, right? So typically speaking, an egoistical class, like let's say the DPS classes in this game, like, I don't know, Assassin for example, when you look at their DPS on a DPS meter, the actual numbers accounts for the buff given to other classes. So the actual contribution in damage that this class provides is much lower than what is being shown, because it's inflated by the DPS provided by support classes. And on the flip side, the support classes have much lower DPS displayed on a DPS meter than what their actual DPS is, because the bulk of their DPS, sometimes even half of their DPS, comes from the buff they provide to the group. And when you talk about the topic of balance, or where a class stands in terms of the meta, you have to account for those things. Because when you look at a class like Gladiator, that is technically considered a support, that is the top support DPS, right? But that is lower than all 4 of the DPS classes, you can't just look at the fact that, you know, Gladiator does 450k damage and Assassin does 800k. Because Assassin doesn't give anything to the group, and Assassin gets like 300 of those 800k from buffs from the rest of the group, whereas Gladiator has a displayed 450k but also gives an additional like 400k to the group. So all of a sudden it looks a lot more even. Now this is just an example, right? But I'm just trying to explain something, because I'm just trying to explain this because this is apparently not common sense to some people that call themselves MMO veterans. which is really fucking weird, right? You would think that if you've been playing MMOs for like 10, 20, 30 years, something as standard and baseline as RDPS would be easy to understand when talking about the topic of balance. But, you know, apparently some people don't understand that. If I was the developers, I would give Cleric 50%. Well, the thing is, right, it's fine for Cleric not to have insane personal DPS, nor to be giving like a lot of DPS to the rest of the group, because like, you know, the class fantasy of Cleric is to be healing the group, right? But then you have to give like some sort of other utility to Cleric, like what I said, right, with the resurrection system. I think the game as a whole would benefit a lot more from LOP having a passive self-res integrated into it and summon resurrection being removed. Because then all of a sudden, even if Cleric provides a bit less DPS to the group as a whole, at least Cleric makes it so you don't have to use self-res stones, right? In any scenarios. As long as you're within the Cleric's range. Which, I think that's enough of a reason to be bringing Cleric. Especially in endgame content and in prog. And obviously, like, self-sustain on every class shouldn't be as high as it is. And Cleric's healing should be emphasized a bit more, but you know. That is another discussion. Which buff does the Gladiator give you group? You mean Z-kills? So Z-kills is not really that huge of a group buff because of the attack percent cap. The main buff that Gladiator gives is Life-Stealing Blade in the form of Predation. Predation adds an insane amount of DPS to the group. Like, actually insane. Like Life-Stealing Blade, specifically. And like, as I said, if you look at a Gladiator that does like 400k in a dungeon, but you account for a mix of Z-kills as well as Life-Stealing Blade, all of a sudden the Glad is doing like 700, 750k, right? Effectively. Which is what you actually have to look at. Oh, but I want to do actual damage. That's not how the game. That's not how the developers decided to balance the game, and you can't really look at what you want to do when you rank the performance of a class, because that's not how tiering classes works. Wasn't aware of that. What does Predation does? So when you give Predation to a group member, every time that group member does an attack, it does an additional attack. So basically every time you attack, like, it does additional proc damage that comes from the Life-Stealing Blade buff. But I'm an MMO veteran and Glad is not T0, prove me wrong. That's a great argument you're bringing forward. However, go fuck yourself. But a lot of people don't understand what Predation does, and even people who play Gladiators don't understand, because some Gladiators don't even run it. They don't realize how insane it is. And because people don't really look at like DPS meter, stat breakdowns, they don't see that Predation adds insane damage. Like, you see Sakura right now in the group, right? He's doing like 800k right now. With a Gladiator, Predation is gonna give him like 150k. Just to him alone. And that 150k is entirely attributed to the Gladiator. And now you multiply that by every party member. You know, on top of the fact that it also gives a bit of self-sustain to everyone. And obviously Z-kills is not as useful because of the attack percent cap. That being said, some classes still benefit from the percent attack. And like Cleric is one of them. And the extra stagger damage is actually quite useful in fights where the boss's stagger bar is open all the time. Like stuff like, you know, Kermit, for example. If you have a gladiator that knows his shit, you're actually able to just stagger Chromite every time she does a major mechanic. Which might not seem like much, but it does save in a lot of DPS because you don't have to do the mechanic. Which saves in trial time and stuff. You saw it also, you talked last night about the overall PvP factor to it, which is season 3. I mean, I did get sent some excerpt of like people reacting to my tier list and making the most asinine comments about it because they don't actually understand the game, which is mostly what I'm talking about right now. Like, I'm not gonna get into specifics of like who exactly I'm talking about because there was multiple people, but you know. Like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you're looking for, you know, a very specific opinion about the current state of things in a video game in general, can be any game, or about any subject in life in general, you should only be listening to people who actually know what they're talking about and have first-hand experience. Is it possible to play this game PvE only and enjoy it? I would say so, yes. Now, that being said, the PvE offering in this game, in my opinion, is a little bit lacking to be enjoyed as a PvE only game. It's not difficult enough and there's not variety enough. But it is competent and they have been adding like some quality content, but it's not quite at that level yet. Like we are not reaching the point of a WoW or Final Fantasy 14 in terms of like PvE offering, not even close to that. Like, the game is missing, like, a couple of pieces of PvE content, in my opinion. Like, you know, I mean, if we take 14, for example, right? Like, 14, you have your regular dungeons, and then you have your extreme fights, you have your savage fights, you have your ultimate fights, and then you have more casual content in the form of, like, field exploration. You also have life skilling, and so on and so forth. AION right now just has regular dungeons, Transcendence dungeons, which functionally are kind of the same thing, and Sanctuary, which are just like souped up dungeons that are essentially the equivalent of Savage, except there's only really realistically like one fight. But then you don't have the extremes, you don't have the field exploration. Like there's a lot missing here for like you have a complete PvE offering, in my opinion. I hope you're right. I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit sleep deprived. Like I've been having trouble with my sleep schedule as of late, but you know, it is what it is. But you know, I'm coping well with it, so it's okay. Ooh, okay, well that was a little bit spicy. Talk about mixed overall tier list was fair to me. Yeah, I mean again, like if you understand what I'm talking about, then I think you would agree with the way I ranked stuff. But if you don't play the game and you're just like vibe ranking stuff, then yeah, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. The 3 DPS meter on Iron Discord is kind of wacky. Yeah, it is. Like when I used it, it was saying I had 80 ping, which is wrong. Like that actually cannot be physically true. And the DPS was inaccurate, so I just stopped using it. How can I play this game? Steam doesn't work. Everyone who knows asking this question. The game is not available in the West yet. It's only available in Korea and Taiwan. So if you want to play the game on those regions, you will have to go through the NCSoft purple launcher of those regions and sign up for those regions. It says I have 60 ping. Yeah, nah, there's no way. Need to take Arcana out of Transcendence, rework that somehow. It's impossible to catch up now. All Transcendent Dungeon, I get Arcana. Yeah, I mean, the overall setup of the Arcana stuff, I mean, a lot of like those early dungeon not being ran problems could be fixed by just adding like a roulette to this game, which I think they have mentioned adding, right? And hello, Kegi. Damn, you just mentioned the community Discord DPS meter and just like appears out of nowhere. Yeah, I need to try this later tonight, man. When I'm like brushing my teeth in my bathroom, I just say AION2 community Discord DPS meter, AION2 community DPS meter, and I see if Kegi just spawns behind my back. Like a fucking eldritch being. Is VPN mandatory to programmer now? Yes. If you're playing from abroad on the Taiwanese and Korean versions, obviously you need a VPN for your ping, but you can also not access the server unless you have a VPN. But they need to add roulettes, and they need to like overall just integrate into the baseline MSQ and progression, like stuff like baseline arcanas instead of like just being the catch-up pass. The catch-up pass is decent, but this type of stuff should be integrated like as a baseline, right? And honestly, when it comes to the old dungeons and everything, they would benefit from like having just rotations on them and like upscaling them. So at least it would be more variety in terms of the content. And it would just like not completely just outright just kill a content type entirely. Have you all said the Abyss Lock is a bit bitter? I haven't tried them lately. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really tried that many DPS meters. Like, again, I've really only stuck with Lagerfast because it's accurate enough. And it's just like, it's just baseline parts of my VPN, right? Now, once we reach global, once we have like stuff like an AION2 logs website or something that is tied to a specific DPS meter, then I'll bother running those types of DPS meter. But for the time being, it doesn't really matter too much. Red could work if they make rewards worth a veteran player. You get a veteran one-shots a boss. I mean, the easy way to alleviate that, KRT, right, is to just add a sync system. Like, basically, if you queue through the RNG queue, right, and you get put into a dungeon, it scales down your eye level and your combat power down to that content's combat, like, power level, right? And the end chest scales to your current level of progression to be the equivalent of the current endgame one for you, right? So like, let's say you're currently at endgame. If you get queued into Arcanus, you get synced down to like 2.5k, but when you open the final chest, it gives you like 2.4 mil Kina, and it has the same loot pool as the Chromide Transcendence, right? That would be one way to handle it. Catch up is always a major roadblock for new players. Yeah. I mean, that's why they need to like integrate those types of like things into the game. Especially with how fast they have added the power creep into the game, and how fast they have retired certain content. Just want global to be a success? Yeah. Like, the game has the potential, but it's... The biggest roadblock is going to be management, as I've said. Like, that's going to be the biggest roadblock. And the second roadblock is going to be adapting the content and the systems to the Western audience. Because as of right now, a lot of the systems simply do not befit the needs of a global audience. As someone with high ping, I just avoid DPS checks. Yeah. Ticket system or order energy system where they need to go. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Even within the progression systems, like, a lot of stuff needs to go. Like, again, all of the completely RNG, like, slot machine-based systems need to be ironed out to have proper progression behind them. Like Soulbinds, Genus, and Mana Stones. Even though Assassin has the highest burst and high sustain, I still go for SM or Ranger. I mean, those classes are also, like, top tier for PvE anyways. That's fine. Like, there's honestly no bad pick in when it comes to, like, DPS classes in PvE. The only quote-unquote bad pick is Sork right now. With the main reason being that it's very frail compared to other classes, while not having, like, that high of a DPS anyways. Do we know who the publisher in the West is going to be? It's going to be NCSoft themselves. They revived their Western branch to publish themselves. They poached most of the Amazon Game Studios employees who got fired. Like, a huge chunk of the new NC West is former AGS employees. The only GOAT is Tico. If Tico only has one fan, it's me. If Tico only has 1,000 fans, it's me on 1,000 accounts. I mean, I'm pretty impatient to see, like, some sort of, you know, stream from NC West to go over game changes and talk about the game. I'm curious to see if they have some actual people that, you know the game, or if they're going to be just completely disconnected. Surely. I'm hoping we get, like, a dev stream about Global soon. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice to get, like, a first contact with them. Like, see how invested they are and exactly what they want to do with the game in the West. Because, bro, for all we fucking know, this could just be, like, the only monetization could be, like, a single sub. Like, it's not going to be the case, but, like, we just don't know what the fuck they want to do with this game, right? Because clearly they have gotten the memo about what people want. Now it's going to be about what they are willing to do, right? And what NCSoft of Korea is allowing them to do. Get rid of MPHP, MP regen, salary from Soulbinds, yeah. Those can stay. It's just the system at large just needs, like, a guaranteed route option, really. Like, you can leave the RNG Gamba for people who want to do it, but you need to add some sort of, like, deterministic way to get your Soulbinds in a game like this. Like, trust me, people are not going to run out of gear to farm in this game anyways. You'll be fine without a system like this. Any big tip start for new player? I mean, I can tell you what I'm gonna do when the game comes in the West, right? Assuming that things stay relatively the same, I'm gonna be leveling. I'm basically going to fill out all 8 character slots and level all of the characters at the same time. Because even if running dungeons on ults for Kina is not, like, as profitable as it used to be, it's still profitable. It's not as profitable as it used to be. Stuff like the corridors and Essential Trial and so on and so forth barely take any time every week and does give you, like, a lot of resources and stuff. So having a bunch of characters for that alone is going to be worth your time. 8 characters is hardcore. I mean, not really, because, like, really the main reason why you want to have multiple characters right now is for Abyss Corridor farming, you know, to maximize your closet, and for stuff like Essential Trial to get more enhancement stones and stuff like that, right? These literally take you, like, less than an hour per week to do, even when you have 8 characters. It's nothing. But the return on investment is, like, huge, because having ults to run corridors is the only way. It's the only way you can build your closet. It's literally the only way. Bring 5 first ult. Yeah, but it's not quite the same thing because like Lost Ark, you are actually grinding on those characters. If you just want to do corridors and essential trial, you just need a baseline. Like within a week, you'll be set up on those ults. And then you just have to play them like less than an hour combined per week. So it's not quite the same thing, but some of the progression systems are like very reliant on you running ults. They are. Characters have linked storage. Some of it, yes, but also the biggest point of contention is that some of the systems are bound to the server, which is the big one, because there's some limited resources like that you can farm. So some of those like shared systems. So obviously, if you have ults to farm them, then you're gonna progress into those systems faster, even for your main. I think you like 2400 gear score also effectively. Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to be around 3k. I think 3k is the sweet spot, at least at this point in the game. Early on, you're not gonna need that much more though. But either way, like, and thanks for the full Ozma. Either way, the thing with ults is you just get them baseline, you just do the bare minimum with them, you don't really give a shit, and every time they give out like catch-up stuff, or they make it easier to like progress on a specific system, you just fucking take it. You like, you know, get on the next step of Essential Trial, or stuff like that. The ult farm is Lost Ark was tedious, 112 is fine, I had to play too many, yeah. What if you made 8 ults and got 1 corridor per siege? Well, then you play the game 10 minutes a week on your ult. But at the end of the day, it's still gonna be the only way you progress in your closet. You know what I mean? In the end, we all love to play our main classes. Yeah, exactly. And bro, I don't really do ult dungeons anymore. Is it profitable? Yes. I don't really feel pressed to do it. But the thing that I do on my ults are essential trials and corridors, because these you need to do. Because if you don't do that, you will run out of enhancement stones on your main. You will not have enough of them. And if you don't do that, you will never be able to progress on your closet. Ow. I feel like I'm lagging a little bit. Maybe this node is starting to be a little fried, but it's fine. Oh, that wasn't close at all. How does ult help with closet? Sorry, I haven't played in a while. So the trick with the ult and closet is because they kept buffing corridors and they kept shortening the duration. Now when you run corridors, it's pretty easy to get the highest baseline AP you can get from it, even without having gear. And then you use that AP to buy the lowest tier of the base equipment, which is Decanus gloves, earrings, and cape at 42,000 AP. And every time you dissolve a piece of the base equipment, it has a 100% chance to give you the skin, 100%. But it also gives you back 80% of the AP back, which means that when you farm a set of corridor on your ult, you can just keep buying those pieces of equipment, you dissolve them, it adds them to your closet every time you do that, it gives you back AP, you buy more, you dissolve them, and you do that until you run out of AP, right? And then you use those skins to go into the gambling skin, the gambling combined system, this one, right? And you combine all of the abyss skins that you get to try and get all of the orange skins, which are the highest tier of skins that gives you the biggest amount of stats, right? And that's realistically the only way you can grind all of these pieces of equipment that give you a lot of stats. Because when you dissolve a piece of equipment that isn't abyss gear, you only have, I think it's like a 20% chance to get the skin, whereas the abyss equipment is 100%. And you can get like large bulks by just running corridors, which is really low time investment. So that's why for closet progression, like, old corridor farming is second to none. There's no better way to do it. Can you, technically speaking, whale and buy golds on the auction house to dissolve these? Yes. It's gonna be infinitely less efficient. Like, considering the sheer amount of shit you have to dissolve and combine, you get all of the skins, like, doing so with the Abyss equipment is the only reliable way. I just got hit with an ad as soon as I asked. Damn. Are you still stuck in an ad? Do I have to go through my tirade again? Does it gives us any stats, or is it just visual? It gives you stats, yes. The collection. The thing on the top left, this is the collection system. Basically, every time you get a piece of equipment of an equipment slot as a skin, it increases the base stat for that slot permanently. So if you get a mace skin as a cleric, it increases your base attack permanently by a certain percent chance. Which is why it's so huge, because even though independently it's not that much, when you add everything up, it's a lot of fucking stats. Could be Abyss Gear to dissolve, yes, exactly. Because Abyss Gear has a 100% chance to give you the skin every time you dissolve it, which is why it's the best way to farm. But the thing is, you don't want to spend AP on your main to be doing this, because AP is a finite resource and you need it for like Abyss equipment and stuff, and Stigma shards, etc, etc. So farming AP on your ults to get that gear to dissolve is the best way to do it. There is a lot of new people today. Huge streamer. I'm so famous, guys. Make sure to follow the channel for more fun facts. But also, for anyone who may be new to the game, I do have like broad like system guides on my channel. Some of them are slightly outdated because, you know, this game gets updated a lot very fast, but most of it is like accurate. So if you're wondering about something in specific, there's a decent chance I have covered it to some extent. Wait, what the fuck? How did everyone fucking die? Do you have a YouTube that covers mechanics and systems in the game? That's what I just said. That's crazy. We have so much in common. But yeah, exclamation mark YouTube. Will we have new guides for global when we get closer? Yes. Like stuff like broad like system guides and more beginner guides and stuff like that, I'm not going to make until we get closer to global, because we are 3 to 4 months away from global, and it's likely a lot of things are going to change by then, and it's not going to help anyone right now. But when we are like, you know, less than a month away from global, I'll start making those guides, yes. There's also a fun lizard fact under every video. I mean, he hasn't posted one in a little bit because he's out of town, right? So I think he's just not able to lock in. But yeah, exclamation mark YouTube. I do have a decent amount of stuff on there. I make patch note videos every week that covers all of the changes. I make guides for every piece of, you know, PvE content that comes out, if you're curious about what the mechanics are, etc, etc. And I make opinion pieces and broad system guides as well, every now and again. When global comes out, can we be in a voice chat for 24 hours so you get me on every single step? Sure, I will also be bringing you a Twix bar and a nice cup of tea. Personally to your house. Only streamer that answers probably is at audience. I'm playing at season 1 ending, but always hanging around to let know. Yeah. Like, again, I've said this before. Personally, I've been kind of done with the Taiwan region for like a couple of months, honestly. But I am doing my best effort to keep up with the game in both PvE and PvP, and to make sure I'm like up to date on everything that's going on, to be able to answer questions and provide information that is as accurate as possible. So yeah. I don't pretend to be like infallible. Like sometime maybe something I will say will be slightly off, or I won't have the full picture or something. I don't pretend to do that, but I do try to be as accurate in my statements as I can. My streamer. But I just don't believe in... I just don't believe in talking about shit I haven't personally experienced like thoroughly. Like, providing opinions and statements about stuff you are not intricately informed about is just... It's honestly one of the biggest problem with the internet in general. EU servers will have 5 season patches with bug content or what? This is bad first patches. We don't know exactly what's gonna happen with the way the patches will be handled in the West yet. They haven't provided information. The best guess that we have is we kinda know that we are likely going to get Season 1 because of the way the global website is set up. But based on previous experience from Korean MMOs and NCSoft MMOs in general, it's pretty likely that we will have a Season 1 that features all of the QoL and balance from like the latest patch. And it's probably going to be a sped up schedule. So like instead of having two and 2.5 months long seasons, it's probably going to be like a month long. But we don't know for sure, so obviously take that with a grain of salt. We'll have to wait for NCA to provide us with like, you know, proper updated information on that front. Probably within the next 2 months. Last one, negotiation Abyss boss, yeah. I'm going to talk about PvE balance between those 4 DPS classes that doesn't provide nothing for the group. For only one best for PvP, I'm trash. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just haven't really bothered with PvP because obviously, even with PvE, hyping is problematic, but in PvP, it's like, you know, pretty fucking trash. So I can't really blame them. But you know, like, I just try to keep up with it, and I also keep up with the, like, you know, damn. I also keep up with people who actually are natives with low ping, and I also keep up with everything that's going on within the 2 Korean and Taiwanese communities in terms of like the balance, the metas and everything, and so on and so forth, like everything that's going on, just to make sure that, you know, I relay the information as accurate as it can be. And thanks for the follow, Sane. Appreciate it. Oh, nobody opened it? That's funny. I mean, he's not too far away. It's okay. The Ranger's eating real shit? Yeah, bro is struggling. Like, he's straight up not having a good time. Ah, there we go. Too fat to glide, yeah. Victory by gravity, man. The hardest mechanic in the game is pressing the space bar sometimes. I would know. Season 1, the combat was so locked. All this changes, the skills become mobile. The game, especially the macros. Yeah, the game is like overly mobile. So sometimes to a fault. Like, I do think they honestly added too much QoL into the combat for a lot of classes, but that's, you know, that's my opinion. But everything is like really fast and mobile now for every class. The overall tier list, not really PvP, PvP. I mean, it is what it is. The thing is, right, is people can't really make a proper argument to counter the way I have positioned the classes, other than you're wrong and I'm right. Like, I haven't heard a single person make a proper argument. Damn, another orange. Look at that. It's just like, you know, being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. It is what it is. I can only let, you know, the audience make like an educated like guess as to who is right. I mean, it is only 48. Like, we could be doing one more, but I guess it's up to you. You'll not understand the game death. They have no different opinion because of it. Yeah. The ranger left too. I mean, will finding a DPS be that difficult though? I mean, that's fine. And just I'll just start doing my Abyss weekly, I guess, until the siege comes. How much energy you got left? I have a decent amount. I mean, bro, they give us like well over 2,000 blue energy a week now. So yeah, 1,700. Not bad. I'm 3 Philistine. Look at me. I'm bowling. We run like 20 just now, didn't we? 17. Not bad. Not bad at all. We might want to do a couple of transcendents actually, because like just to avoid burning out of like ticket boxes out the gate. Probably a decent idea. I'll level up my wings and then I'm gonna go grind a bit until siege. Go transcendence, I guess? Yeah, probably. Might just do Ludra and stuff early on. Like, I don't know if they want to do Ludra as a group this week. You have a guide on the main systems for the game and daily weekly's activity we should focus on? Yes, I do. I have a video that's called like the everything guide that goes over every single system in the game and every pieces of content. Now, it's not 100% up to date because since I made this video, they have added a couple of things, but it's mostly up to date, especially on like a surface level. Right, let me find you the exact name of the video. Yeah, if you scroll down, it's 6, 9. It's 10 videos ago, posted a month ago. Complete content and systems overview, and it goes over absolutely everything. Now, it doesn't go into like omega depth. It just like surface level, just tells you what the content is, what it gives you, what you do inside of it. But you know. Yeah, right. I need to reroll this. First and foremost. I can't believe I rolled off attack. And I have to roll it back. Whatever, man. I guess if I get one benediction, I can keep that. It is also decent. But let's go for attack. Constitution. I can just keep that. I'm just gonna keep that for now. Fine. I'm not like omega pressed about it anyways. And the rest is kind of okay. I'll just keep it as is for now. Like, I do want to save up stones in the scenarios where I want to make a second bracelet or I need to roll a damage boost on the Horn Dragon Mace. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it for the rest. Also makes me know what to do in release or mistakes not to repeat also. Any chance something like that? I will be making that very specific video closer to release. Because again, I just need to have the full picture of like what the game is like right before it comes out in the West, right? Because something I might say in a video like this could become entirely inaccurate. like a couple of months later. Also added the guides on the AION2 Discord, just best content that goes straight on point. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to PvP to go over there, I guess. 3-4 months can change many things. Yeah, exactly. I mean, bro, in the span of 3-4 months, they killed ults and then brought ults back, right? And people... And again, when I go back over, like, the slop channels that keep covering stuff, they're telling you that ults are completely irrelevant now, even though ults have been brought back full force for, like, over a month. But people don't know, because they're just, like, getting information from these sources. And when you go and ask them directly, they tell you the same thing, right? Like, it's... What can you do? But I guess there's room for everyone on the internet, right? Fine. Alright, so it is 53. I'm gonna farm until 58. So I'm gonna farm for 5 minutes and then I'll head to the artifact and prepare, I guess. Can't wait for your podcast in season 4. I think Acidon wants to make a podcast after the season 4 teaser. I think so. But I guess we'll go over that. Probably like in like a week or something. Are the other clerics on a previous podcast still playing? I think Tempos still plays, although I haven't really talked to him since. Mocha recently quit. Yeah. Like she was in my pre-made for Sanctuary, and she's one of the ones that quit right before Sanctuary 3 released for personal reasons. When's the Gladiator roundtable? I don't know, man. I feel like if I invite a bunch of gladiators to a podcast, they're just going to like make 8 noises and like slam their dick on the table repeatedly, and we're not gonna get anything out of it. Raiden full blast and complain. I mean, the thing with Raiden is Raiden doesn't really play the game right now, because like he hasn't done a Sanctuary since Sanctuary 1, and he doesn't play PvP, right? Like if I was to make a Gladiator roundtable, I would not invite Raiden. You know, I like the guy, but he's not informed enough to be on a podcast. And that's also part of the problem, like finding English-speaking people that are actually actively playing and know what they are talking about is pretty fucking difficult right now. There's not many. You need to invite the wizard. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, Keggy. I love the wizard. He's a funny guy, right? And it's really funny when he pops into Discord and he's like, poof, right? And he's like, overdrive dick load every time he presses a button, right? But I wouldn't want to... I wouldn't want to drive his viewer base into my viewer base. They can stay where they are. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Every time he watches a video, yeah, I like the wizard, man. I like the wizard. He's really funny. But he has an interesting viewer base, I'll say that. Also, me and Wizard have some views that doesn't really align, right? So I don't really want to get into the nitty-gritty of it. Bro's mean, nah. It's just a matter of like knowing when to stay in your lane, right? And I know when I have to stay in my lane. That's all. Now the question is, are they actually going to capture these ones? Because they actually shit the bed last siege. Let me try if I can join a... Yeah, no one's fucking recruiting, dude. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. Intermittent artifacts. Nope. Yeah, this guy's recruiting for party, dude. What the fuck is this? Alright. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief. I mean, I'll do my due diligence. I'll put on the nice consumables, but yeah. Middle tier artifact. Okay, there we go. Where are you guys? Okay, they're right here, actually. Always laugh when he makes a video about MMO asking, is it pumpable? I mean, AION2 is probably pretty high on the pump scale for him, right? Asan said he would play Gladiator on Global. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, right. Let me change that. Hold up. Let me change that for the stream to be fucking viewable for you guys. I'm anxious about what they're gonna show in the season 4 review. I said that they've been avoiding changes right now makes all the sense. Yeah, I think they're just waiting to like fucking unleash on season 4, right? I'm waiting to be pleasantly surprised. Like, I'll be cautiously optimistic. We'll see exactly what they're cooking, right? But I am willing to believe that season 4 is going to be the big one. That's going to fix a lot of the problem, because they have been acknowledging a lot of the problems for like a decent amount of time now, right? So I'm willing to believe they will address some of them at least. I hope they fix support properly in season 4. The thing with the support situation is that Chanta and Templar are not doing too bad because they have other stuff they bring, right? Chanta is the king of supports right now. It just gives so much to the group. Templar is great for mitigation, still has like great personal DPS. Admittedly, like, my desire for Life Leech to be gone is an egoistic one, because Cleric is really the main class that is getting impacted by it. When you look at PvE specifically, when you look at PvP, Life Leeching is fucking stupid in every single step of the way. It doesn't matter how you're looking at it, right? But yeah, buff Ranger. Your mods ban this guy. I don't have any mods. In PvE only? I think Ranger is doing quite fine in PvE, honestly. Oh, dude. This guy's eating a lot of shit. But I saved him, so we're good. Like, it's not the best DPS, but it's doing very respectable DPS. And it has, like, decent perks. Like, the amount of mobility Ranger has, on top of being the only range that has a gap closer, is actually honestly pretty good. Like, Ranger is just an overall, like, the most solid class. Said something about improve the Holy Trinity system. I think that's important right now. Yes. I mean, they do have to make adjustments regardless. Like, even if they want to maintain things the way they are right now, just by essence of the fact they want to expand the group size, they're going to have to change a few things drastically, because some of the buffs and mechanics will not work if they keep them as is, if they increase the party size. No moderation on Discord, so feel free to post pictures of full ass. I'm pretty fast to react to ban people who do that. Now, if you post a quarter of an ass, I'm gonna hesitate. But if it's full ass, yeah, that shit's gone. Oh boy. Wow, I missed the fucking win stream. That's crazy. Ults are nerfed. Do you play one? I have 4 ults in total, but I mainly play them for corridors and Ascension Trial. Sometimes I'll do the odd dungeons on them if I feel a bit frisky, but because I'm not really pushing as much as I can on Taiwan, I'm not really doing that right now. Okay, they're out middle. I just started yesterday in prep for global. When talking about control scheme, aka action AION2 versus classic mode, on a subjectively better or just purely personal preference, I would say it's up to personal preference. I personally play AION1 mode. I know a lot of people that play AION2 mode. I don't think one is like significantly worse than another. Me personally, I prefer AION1 mode because that's what I'm used to. Oh boy. Wheel. Yeah, it's not looking good, team. This middle artifact shit is not looking great. Well, they're on the left now. I mean, we lost everything on the previous siege, and it doesn't seem like there's much of a coalition going on, so I should be going in lower abyss, actually. I'm just gonna follow these guys, whatever. I'm gonna be an assassin and old gladiator once global releases. Yeah, sure. I mean, both of these are really solid classes right now, and they've been solid. So even if there's changes, I don't think they're gonna like fall too far down. Especially gladiator. Like, assassin is one that I could see fall off pretty hard if they changed a few things about it. Like, assassin is less stable than gladiator in my opinion. Gladiator has too much going for it. Like, it would require them like doing a lot to actually make gladiator like irrelevant. Assassin is a bit more one-dimensional, especially since it already has, quote-unquote, suffered a handful of like targeted nerfs. Are they going on the right? Or are they going around? Do you think Sork needs major changes or something slight can push them? I don't think Sork needs much. At the end of the day, Sork has problems for the same reason that Cleric has problems. Like, it's the same... It stems from the same, like, design problems, which is... Life leeching is too strong, and Sork doesn't really have any of it. Number one. And... Number two, ranged classes have unreliable CC. And it's especially true for Cleric and Sork. So what would it take for Sork to be better? Either by removing Life Leech, or giving Sork as much Life Leech as the other classes. And giving Sork as many status effect chance buffs as SM. To be able to reliably land the likes of... Polymorph and the Seal. Oh. That's not gonna happen. I kind of need to change the position of that. I can't really be running it like this. Guess I can do this. Yeah, that's fine. Out heal your damage. I mean, that's Templar. But I mean, broadly speaking, that is the problem of Cleric, right? Sure, I wish that other guy... Okay, there we go. He's finally targeting the other guy. Oh, maybe? Ah, I'm paralyzed. Oh boy. I'm dead on that. Can survive 3 people smacking? I mean, kinda, yeah. Like, as I said, right? Cleric does have okay self-sustain. But ultimately, like in PvP, it can't really kill anyone. How bad is the gatekeeping for PvE? In Korea, Taiwan is pretty bad, but that's like entirely play-based. Like, the PvE in this game is not that difficult, and on like pretty much every level. So realistically, you don't need a lot to do the PvE in this game. But people will require you to be over-gearing the content by like 5x if you want to join a group. So for the most part, you need to make your own groups and stuff like that. Depending on what you play, if DPS then rip. The thing is, I know people say that supports can just get into groups, like, without having any amount of gear, and that was pretty true at the beginning of the game. It's been getting less and less true as time has gone by, because supports need to justify their position. Because you don't actually need to heal in most PvE content. Like, a cleric that doesn't have gear is not going to get taken into groups, even on like light content. Yeah, we're about to get fucked on this. Like, obviously, yes, supports get into groups slightly easier, but it's like, no one's gonna take you as a 3.7k cleric in a hard mode Hall of Illusion. No one's gonna fucking do that. There's more than enough endgame clerics to go around. Like, endgame clerics and endgame chanter to go around for you to be able to get into those groups. If you play with no friends, you have no problem with gatekeep. Yeah, pretty much. And like, that's pretty much what I'm doing, right? I'm really only doing dungeons with people that I know, which to just circumvent having to look for people. Yeah, we're not gonna get shit, dude. Like, that's... yeah. I have a bad feeling about this. Like, whoever is managing the pack is, like, not really managing people the right way. I mean, what can you do? Like, there's no way we're going to win this DPS race. Like, that's not gonna happen. And sure, we don't get used to. I mean, that's cool and all, but if we never get forts, then it's just as bad as getting used to, you know? Oh, why is the guy all the way over there, brother? Oh boy, we are getting pushed. That is no bueno. I mean, our spawn is right there. Like, maybe some sort of like Christmas miracle happens and we somehow get the last hit on this. Don't think so, but who knows? Who fucking cleaved me, dude? That's fucked up. You can't do that. Yeah, if we win this, dude, like, I'm actually just buying a lottery ticket. Straight up. Like, we have, like, 3 dickhead ranged, including me, attacking this thing. Yeah. That's a bit of a given. Let's see how low siege has gone. Boss is limited time week, however more DPS faction gets it. There's 2 sieges per week, and it works on a last hit basis. So whichever faction gets the last hit gets the W. Both for world bosses and sieges. Oh really? Damn, we got 2 on the low abyss. Man, I should have gone to the low abyss. I fucking knew it, dude. I said that earlier. Okay, well, we got all 3. That's good, actually. That's big stonks. That is a corridor stonks for the ults. And thanks for the follow, Megan. Appreciate it. But man, I should have gone from the get-go to the lower abyss. I had a feeling, like, there fucking was no one in mid-abyss. Well, world bosses are in 15 minutes. I guess I'll just keep farming until then. Yeah. Keep this. You're tanky? I mean, I'm built for tankiness. But I can't kill any... I can't kill shit. Even with the DPS build. So, what can you do? I mean, also these are like low tier players hitting me. Like, these were like 1-star officers and stuff. Devotion run Gambit though? I mean, my devotion runes are +7, dude. There's no way. Like, good attempt. Thanks for the full watch, Ahmed. Oh yeah, just gonna farm here for like 10 minutes, yeah? And then world boss, and then back to the dungeon jail. Back to the gulag. Oh yeah, and by the way, there was another comment I saw in relation to the tier list I made about how can you say that Cleric farms as fast as Spirit Master when Spirit Master does more damage? It makes no sense. Now let me answer that. Again, it's something that you would know if you just fucking played the game, but I'm going to answer that. So the bulk of SM's DPS on the innate boss setting, which is what people actually look at when they talk about DPS value, comes from the debuffing of the boss that increases pet damage, as well as pet rotations, and procs like elemental fusion and stuff like that, right? So a huge chunk of your damage comes to that. And when you're farming monsters in the Abyss, like what I'm doing right now, the only thing that matters is not how much damage you do, it's 1-shot versus 2-shot. Because typically speaking, monsters, when you grind like this, never, like, you either one-shot them or you two-shot them, right? So what ends up mattering the most in terms of your farming speed is the speed of your left click and right click, because these are the main ones you will be utilizing, because you're not going to be using your main, like, for rotation, and whether you can one-shot or two-shot targets. Now, the thing with SM is, as I said, the bulk of your DPS comes from pets and debuffs you put on the boss to buff your pets, right? And the biggest sum of damage you get is from your Ancient Spirit, which is a Stigma. Now, when you farm in the Abyss, you don't use your Stigma skills, and the reason why is because you're farming with a PvE set, and you want to be able to switch to your PvP set if you get jumped. And you can only switch sets if none of your Stigma skills are in cooldown. So you will not be using Ancient Spirit, nor will you be using your pet buffs, right? Which means that you're restricted to left click, right click. And fact of the matter is, the left click, right click of SM is not that great. It's about on the same level as Cleric. Whereas Cleric has a lot of the bulk of its damage that comes from its left click and right click, as well as Noble Aura, right? Which allows Cleric to one-shot 2-2-shot targets in the Abyss while having decent killing speed with right click. And if you followed everything that I just said, that makes it so that Cleric has about the same farming potential when farming monsters in the Abyss, which is the bulk of what you do when you grind monsters. Because that is the only trash farming that is actually required to do by the game, because you have a weekly that requires you to kill 2,000 monsters in the Abyss. Right? So yes, that is the reason why. Maybe I should have gone in depth into this into the tier list video. What really are builds, Arcanas and stats and range block for PvP? I'm mostly building for block. Block, regen, HP are the three main. My PvP set is not like the highest up to date right now because I haven't really done PvP that seriously in a couple of months because Cleric hasn't been great for solo PvP. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm building for. Like I have close to 4,000 block. Do you use macro? Yes, I do. Now, I don't use the quote-unquote technically highest DPS macro for Cleric because it doesn't really perform well with my ping. But I'm using like some sort of hybrid of it. Are all UI element movable? I'm using OLED on launch. Yes. All of the UI elements can be moved around and resized. Did you evolve into a filthy macro user? I mean, you have to in this game now. It's just, like, the thing is, there's an in-game macro that you have to use it, because it makes, especially in high ping, it makes your attacks more responsive. So yeah, I'm using it. Like, basically what I do right now is, when I'm grinding mobs like this, my mouse software holds down my left click, and my in-game macro alternates between Judgment, Thunder, and Condemnation. And when I'm just DPSing a boss, I'm only using the one that uses Judgment, Thunder, and Condemnation. Who knows if they let us adjust transparency? Yeah, that's not something they let you do. I mean, you can hide UI elements, but yeah, there's no transparency settings. Although I think they have said they're going to add a transparent map. So I guess that's one thing that's coming. Also getting 34-inch OLED ultra-wide, so good for MMORPGs. Yeah, ultra-wide are like goated for MMORPGs, especially like PvE ones. Since they, like, in raids, they allow you to see more shit around you, see more mechanics. Really helpful. I mean, I don't use like an ultra-wide. Like, technically speaking, the resolution that I use is ultra-wide, but my screen is more of a wide, you know what I mean? But even that is enough to like cover the entire boss arena in PvE and stuff like that, so. That's expensive for the GPU, yeah. But I mean, to make up for it, I'm playing in 1080p, right? Which doesn't make a difference for the stream anyways, so it's fine by me. Like, the game runs fairly well for me, even though I'm running on this resolution. Now, obviously, if you play like on one of the, like, you know, curved omega long ultra wide on like 4K resolution and stuff, then yeah, your GPU better fucking be ready to handle it. Four K is overkill, 2K is still good. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, I liked it when I played 1440p. Like, I did downgrade to 1080 just to be able to put less strain on my system when I'm streaming. 1440p RTS SGR, I'm a sucker for graphics. I mean, that's fine. It's probably gonna run just fine. Like, the game, it's a UE game, right? So optimization is always going to be hit and miss in some respect, but the game is fairly optimized, like, decently, so should be okay. Didn't buy an SI PC to be running on trash settings. Yeah, that's fair. But again, for me, since I'm streaming and I'm encoding for 2 platforms, I kind of have to, you know, something has to give, right? Especially since I'm streaming on 720p anyways, so you guys would not be able to see it anyways. Visual experience, yeah. Need that separate streamer PC. I mean, one day if I can afford it. Like, the problem is building a PC right now, like, is so beyond fucked. With the GPU prices having skyrocketed because of Bitcoin mining, and the price of RAM having skyrocketed because of AI slop, like, now is not a good time to be building a PC. Like, you're basically looking for a baseline PC to be paying at least 3K just for a baseline PC, which is fucking insane. Just run ads. True. Yo, can I press the ad button right now? That would be funny, actually. Nope. It's on cooldown. You guys are lucky. RAM is at 5 times expensive. In some cases, it's even 10x, dude. Like, the fucking stick of RAM I am using right now, got 10x in the price. We're not using Restream for the second platform because it has a plethora of problems, like the stream cutting randomly and the quality being like downsized drastically. Like, I'm using se.live, which is fine, but obviously it's not, you know, it still has an impact on my system, even though I am streaming on like a slightly inferior resolution on YouTube, since it's not like my quote-unquote main platform. I'm also use it as like a hosting platform to keep the VODs forever, since Twitch deletes them very often. Okay, the question is, are we gonna actually do world bosses? What's the pro and con of Cleric? I would play it on the West release, but I'm scared if I did enough damage. The main, I mean, that is something I covered in a recent video. The main problem with the Cleric right now is it has a good kit, it's fun to play, but there's no PvE in the game that utilizes Cleric's healing kit right now, because every class has insane self-sustain. Another lost Chromite Siege. I'm okay. Hold on. Okay, I need to lock in. I need to pretend to be surprised. Okay. Wait, really? That's fucked, man. I can't believe this. I mean, surely next time, right? Yeah, was that good? I think that was pretty good. But the main problem with the Cleric right now is PvE doesn't require you to heal at all, because every class has insane self-sustain. So because Cleric has the smallest amount of DPS in the game, it's not complete dog shit, but if you're playing Cleric to heal in the current state of things, you're gonna be a bit disappointed. We got 1 artifact last week. That's true, that's true. What are your realistic expectations regarding the eventual monetization adjustment by NC Self of AION2 in the West? I think what's the most likely to happen is they're going to axe the second sub, and the sub will be purchasable with Kuna, which in turn will make it possible to farm with in-game currency. I don't think anything else gonna change. Would be nice if other stuff changed, but that's my expectation right now. There was to play what you enjoy. I'm still sticking to Soul. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as I've been saying, there's no bad class in the game. There's just some classes that are better than others. And right now, there's 3 classes that are especially at the top of the game. 1 sub, 2 battle pass, probably something like that, yeah. And all of it purchasable with Kuna. That would be my personal expectation. And look at this hunk of a man. God damn. More excited about server transfer, new expansion, feels crummy, man. I mean, the new expansion is going to be exciting regardless. I think everyone should be looking forward to it. Oh yeah, by the way, Vijay, are you still in chat? I'm gonna ask you for a service. Please do not get other content creators to react to my content, because every time someone sends me excerpt from them, I get secondhand embarrassment. Yeah. I can only listen to so much dumb shit on such a small amount of time. I'm assuming NCWS will have nothing to say about monetization. You would be surprised, because I do think they will have some sort of, like, impact. I won't take from the future? Yeah, thanks. I don't want to be involved with those people. What is better for high content and loud? Content Cleric? The best support class right now is Chanter, like across the board. Now, again, it depends on exactly what you're trying to do, but in terms of like what it provides to the group, Chanter is overall the best. Cleric is solid for group PvP, because Cleric is a healing machine, and for PvP it actually comes in handy, but there's very little group PvP in the game. But for group PvE, Chanter is the all-star. When does the expansion come out? Next month? Yeah, it's at the beginning of next month. Yeah, 1st of July. Basically in 3 weeks, essentially. What expansion for what game? For AION2. It's getting its first expansion at the beginning of July. It's what people refer as Season 4. Like, it's gonna be level cap increase, new maps, like class rework, a new class, etc, etc. Haven't been following? I mean, that's fine. That is completely okay. But yeah, it's gonna be the first major patch. An expansion that soon? Yeah, I mean, the game has been speedrunning its content release. Now, to be fair, like, to me, Season 4, aka the first expansion, isn't so much an expansion as it is the actual full release of the game, because what we've been playing so far has been more of a 0.9, and this patch is basically going to be 1.0. Do you think classes will get new abilities with max level raise? I think they're going to rework a lot of shit. Now, I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Like, are we going to get a second skill bar? Are we going to get more stigmas? Or are they just going to rework certain skills, combine all the skills, and then give us new skills to play with? I don't know. And that's something that we're going to have to wait for them to tell us. But I do think, personally, that there's going to be a lot of core changes with classes. They always did that with their game. I mean, yes and no, because if you look at Throne and Liberty, for example, the Talandra expansion didn't really add anything. It expanded on some of the skills, but it didn't really add any new skills. Bro. It fucking reset. Bro, there's no way. Oh my fucking god, dude. I hope they do some major rework now they've committed to PC and gone away from mobile. I mean, mobile is going to stay a thing for the Asian market. So I don't think there's going to be any changes with that, and thanks for the follow alternate project. Now, the main thing is because mobile is not going to be in the West, maybe we'll have some slight engine tweak for us. Stuff like longer render distance and longer target distance, right? Specifically for us. That's going to remain to be seen. That is one of the things that they're going to have to address with a potential future stream. He's involved. Should be possible if it's separate client? Yeah. It's just like an... It's just a config file. They kill it already? Man, that's fucked. I got fucked. Oh, that's so bad. Knowledgeable person? I mean, as I said, when it comes to this game, like, I don't really care too much about the Taiwanese version of the game. But I have been doing my utmost best to keep up with it in order to be able to answer questions and provide information that is as accurate and as relevant to the current state of the game as possible. So I do try my best to do so. It's dead, isn't it? Well, another great showing from Nemon on this one. Alright, well, back to the fucking dungeons, I guess. Are you gonna go hard with the expansion, though? I mean, I'm gonna go through the motions as I do usually. The thing is, you don't really need to go hard in this game to be able to, like, stay relevant and keep up with the content. So, I'm just, again, going through the motions. I'm just not pushing as hard as I could with, like, playing 50 ults to the max and, like, swiping and stuff like that, right? I just do what I have to do. I think it would be hard pay to win on Western release. We just don't know what the monetization is going to be. Now, the game is pay to win, but the game is very playable even if you don't spend any money. I mean, I haven't been spending any money in this game outside of the sub, and I've been able to keep up in both PvE and PvP just fine. It's all about expectations, right? It's all about expectations. So even if they come out with this exact monetization system, you're going to be able to have fun and stay relevant within the game. Are you going to be at the TP top? No. Is that really important? No. Again, it's all about expectations. But again, we don't know precisely what the monetization scheme is going to be in the West, so for now, just take everything with a grain of salt. Tired of Reddit doomers saying you need to spend thousands into this game. I can't. I mean, Kegi, it's the same old problem. It goes both ways. Like, there's a lot of people that talk a lot about this game that straight up don't play the game and have no fucking idea what's going on, both in good and in bad. It goes both ways. You just, at the end of the day, just don't listen to these people. I like the coverage of the game. I don't like, I mean, yeah. Even on stream, it's just annoying when NCA would finally speak up. I mean, NCA is just going through the motions of the release of their game. At the end of the day, guys, at the end of the day, people who want to try this game will try this game, regardless of what other people are saying. People who decided that this game was shit and not worth their time were not going to play it to begin with. People who decided that this game is the best thing that was invented by human hands. Oh, there's actual voice acting now. Wow. People who decided that this game was the best thing were going to try this game and glaze it regardless, right? Well, that voice acting is certainly something. But at least we have voice acting now. It's not go to the extreme and say the game is trash. I mean, I can't necessarily blame people for not wanting to interact with a pay-to-win game at all, because obviously for some people it matters more than others. Like, especially when it comes to the topic of self-control, because some people, when they play these types of games, they know that they won't be able to stop themselves from spending if the option is there. And that's fair. I'm never going to push someone to play a game like this if they know they can't control themselves, right? But at the end of the day, again, regardless of what your take is, whether your take about this game is positive or your take about this game is negative, it's all about nuance. Nothing is black and white. There's always some gray in there. And that's important to keep in mind. And it's okay to say that a part of your game is complete and utter dog shit, even if you like the game and the rest of the game is fine. Because every game has ups and downs. And thanks for the follow, Prickle. Appreciate it. Do you think we'll get no closed open beta for launch? I honestly don't know. The thing is, they haven't done a beta at all for this game, even in the East, right? I think what we're gonna be getting is early access packages. I think that's pretty likely. But if they do like a beta something, it's probably gonna be like some sort of closed beta. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Again, it's part of the stuff that they're probably going to tell us. But the cynical answer is the Taiwanese version is the beta. So it's not that bad unless you're trying to compete with the top 1 to 5%. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna suck at the rest because these guys are eating a lot of shit. So let me just do that. There's also pay to win because Gameforge fucked AION1 with pay to win. I love AION excited about AION2. Yeah, I mean, Gameforge fucked a lot of things about AION1, just not the pay to win. What? It's a shit comp? It truly is. This is certainly the comp of all time. Is this the AION2 that all the AION1 fan wanted? I never played AION1. The answer is no. Because at the end of the day, the main reason why people played AION1 was for the intricate tab targeting PvP, and AION2 doesn't provide that. The main perk of AION2 right now is the PvE. The PvE is significantly better than AION1, but obviously AION1 players did not want that. It's just a different game that does different things. Taiwan is the beta, however, I feel like a lot of people would not bother with either the hyping or the effort to set it up. Yeah, 100%. But at the end of the day, that's, you know, again, that's the cynical way to look at it. How hard is it to catch up on PvP gear right now? Check the new PvP content expansion hits. It's, you basically go through the same motions as other people have to go through, right? So, but the main thing is you're going to, when you're on the low end, you're also going to have to compete with people on the high end, right? So you're going to have to spend the same amount of time to get the gear as the people who already have the gear, but you're not going to be on the same level from the get-go. If that makes sense, right? So within a couple of months, you're going to be set up. You're going to be mostly caught up. Outside of, like, you know, the highest amount of high command gear, but when it comes to Centurion and Tribunus gear, like, it's pretty easy to catch up. Like within a month, if you lock in, you can be there. Wow. I got fucked. Surely someone opened the key, but it's great. Alright. What era or patches was peak AION1 for you? I have a very... The thing is, I have multiple answers to that question. In terms of, like, how good PvP content was, 5.x was peak. Because 5.x had Rifting, it had the best iteration of Runatorium, it had Arena of Gold. So 5.x was the best PvP era. If you forget about the bullshit infinite leveling and transformation and everything, like, I loved 5.x because of the content it had, right? If you're looking at the best all-rounder, it's... I mean, honestly, I have a soft spot for the 1.x era because that was the peak of Rifting, and Rifting is genuinely, like, my favorite part about AION1. But obviously the balance was off, the PvE wasn't the best, etc, etc. So, like, I think every era of AION1 was great for a different reason. Yeah. Like, I know a lot of people will say 4.x, but 4.x had the problem of tempering being added. Tempering as well as Gunner, Bard, and Ether Tech. Now, early 4.x was less problematic because you didn't have tempering. So, I guess 4.1 was an interesting patch because it had the good match on 4.x, but no tempering. But it was also missing a lot of, like, the good PvE content. So yeah, it's tough. Rifting was bis, yeah. I had a lot of fun in Classic. Like, Classic had a lot of problems, but I had a lot of fun in Classic. AION2 doesn't have the same cast synergies, and cast identity isn't exactly the same. Yeah, they're just different games that do different things. Like, you can't really compare the two at the end of the day. Which is another reason why, when you look at Gladiator in this game, you shouldn't be looking for Gladiator from AION1. Gladiator in this game is just an off-tank. Just like any other standard PvE MMO off-tank. This assassin is crazy bad. Excellent, you love to see it. People asking for 300k for Ludra. Yeah, that's what I meant with the gatekeeping in this game. Isn't bad because of the content, it's bad because of the people. FFXI was so good with the Earth skill where you were taking less damage. Some little balancing tuning would have been a great game, yes. FFXI was like very close to being the best patch AION1 had. It just had like some very fucking bad shit about it. Like the infinite leveling and the level 75 X forms. The breakable gear, like, yeah. It was the peak of tempering, like, you know. What do you think is easy in PvP on hyping, Glad or Ranger? Not trying to compete high-end, just want to have some fun. Gladiator.
Can you find truth within the mirror?
It's funny because they completely removed the voice clips that they had initially. They just redid everything. That's pretty funny. Did they get... Okay, good. Whew. But yeah, the thing with Ranger is it only provides DPS and it's very ping reliant because Ranger is one of those like heavy spam classes, right? Whereas Gladiator is also ping reliant, but yeah, well, on the plus side, Gladiator gives a lot to the group and has other perks to it, so it's the better class for hyping. Does Ranger have casting skills? Yes. Very few though. And they're like very fast casting. Actually, Ranger only has one, right? God, dude. That's rough. You tried every class? I haven't tried every class, I tried most classes.
And remain standing?
But I also keep up to date with everything that's going on with people who do play those classes on a high level. And you know, when you know the game, you can also logic your way into a lot of conclusions. I mean, this voice acting is a lot better than what they had initially, I'll say that. Oh my god, bro. The rubber bending from hell, man. What's your thought on Templar? That's the only class I haven't touched at all. I think Templar is a solid class. It's a sleeper pick. It's not the best class in the game. But it's... bruh. It's not the best class in the game, but it's a very solid class all around. Yeah, this comp sucked balls. I'm not gonna lie, dude. that was not great. That was rough, yeah, it was a bit... I mean, you know, triple leather, not the best. Also, these guys were not particularly good. Not just the comedies still aren't also good. Yeah. Do you think that AION2 has better PvE than AION1? Yeah, it's not even comparable. AION1's PvE was absolute dog shit. Like, it had its time, right? It did some interesting stuff with the... you know, the objective-based instances. But... if you're objective and like if you played other PvE MMO, AION1's PvE was... yeah. AION1's PvE was one of those things that made you recoil and not want to do it, and made you fall asleep. AION2's PvE is actually fairly competent, although it lacks, in my opinion, AION2's PvE right now lacks in difficulty a bit. And it's also missing, it's missing some stuff as well, like they need to add more. I wish I didn't miss out on AION1. I think I was playing a different MMO when that was big. Yeah, that's typically how it is, right? Like, same reason why I never really played WoW all that much, because I was busy with Final Fantasy 11, and then I never really played Guild Wars 2 because I was busy with AION1, right? Like, it's just how it is. When you're hooked on an MMO, like, all of the other MMOs just kind of fly under the radar. So yeah, that's just how it is. AION1 PvP was repetitive, tank spank. You mean PvE, right? Yeah. Classic only had a few nice instances, or ended up doing the same shit one for... yeah. The bulk of AION1's PvE was just tank and spank, with like very minimal mechanics, and the bulk of the stuff you did in PvE was just objective-based stuff. Like, think Steelwall Bastion, for example. Like Dark Poida. The first Dustbringer event was cool, like 3k people fight after Classic died, yeah. I quit before the Dustbringer event. Like, I quit in late 2.7. They need to study other games' PvE. I mean, they already do, because it's very obvious they are heavily taking inspiration from the PvE of other games. It's just that the offering right now, which is fair, right? Because the game is only 6 months old, right? So you can't really expect the PvE to be on the same level as a game that has been out for a decade, right? Because you have to slowly ramp up. You have to, like, win the player over and slowly teach the player to, like, know what to do in your PvE content, right? But broadly speaking, when you look at what they're doing, it's obvious they are looking at other PvE MMOs. AION2 PvE is fun, the PvP is kind of a problem this time, yeah. The PvE is fun, even if you have to repeat the dungeon like 40 times a week. It doesn't become too tedious. Now, that's not to say that it's not tedious. Obviously, spamming anything 40 times will, you know, decerebrate you eventually, but it's still pretty fun. Mechanically, they do some good stuff, right? But they do have to expand on the formula. Like, the Cleric fight, which is the latest entry in the Sanctuary in this game, it has been the first fight in this game that has been a properly built PvE fight. This is the first one. It's still not very difficult, you know? It's moderately difficult. It's a good challenge. It's not as difficult as it could be, but it's a good starting point, and it shows that they are capable of making good fights, which is a really good sign. Like, that's the type of stuff I needed to see to believe in this game, right? Now they need to expand on the formula, and they need to release more variety as well. Like, something like this Transcendence Dungeon on stage 4 is, honestly, has been the right level of difficulty for, like, you know, day-to-day, more casual, laid-back content. So I do hope they stick with this level of difficulty, but, you know, we'll see. At least they aren't limited by engine or old code, precisely. And, like, that is the main advantage that AION2 has over all other, like, leading PvE MMOs, because a game like Final Fantasy 14, for example, is very limited by its engine and netcode. Very limited. So they haven't been able to really innovate with mechanics all that much. Like, every now and again, they will come up with something that is, like, slightly new, but there is a lot of jank and snapshotting and netcode problems that really heavily limit what they can do. Same with WoW. But with a game like this, they have shown that they can really do just whatever the fuck they want, right? But I hope they will actually, like, sprout that diversity and creativity with the design. The initial mobile adaptation of the raw range for the players, hopefully they tune it. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the draw distance and the targeting range is, for PvE it doesn't matter, because when you're within an arena, like, it doesn't come into play, right? It's mostly a problem in stuff like open world PvP and Siege. Which doesn't really pertain to the topic of PvE. Whatever tech they used in TNL draw distance, they should use for AION2. Yeah, TNL's like large-scale optimization was like second to none. It was really good. Now, it did get slightly worse over time, but it was pretty good. They have BNS to copy from. I mean, they're already copying from BNS in a lot of aspects, including stuff that they shouldn't copy with, like, you know, the life leeching and stuff. But it's pretty obvious that they are like taking inspiration from previous MMOs, which they should. Like, don't fix what's not broken, right? They just need to iterate on it to make it their own thing. Life leech gotta go. Yep. But hey, don't tell me that. Tell that to the people who genuinely, unironically think that Life Leech is weak, because those people exist. They walk among us. And I'm not talking about the funny sus game. Erica should have an emergency selfie or solo content. Yeah, I mean, Life Leech is fine when it's balanced properly. Like, having it on a long cooldown, like dedicated button, specifically as a solo tool, is okay. But having it on like your basic attacks to this extent is not okay. In a Trinity game, it's not. But like, don't take my word for it. Like, I have 3 DPS in my group. I'm playing Cleric. I'm not fucking pressing heal buttons, dude. I don't have any fucking healing stigmas like socketed. I'm just watching them life leech. Look, I'm not gonna heal this assassin. Look at his health. You saw the health of the assassin just now? Within 2 seconds, he went from 10% health to max health. I haven't done anything. He just used his auto attack, and he's back to full health. It's an assassin, by the way.
Hurry, crewmate. Into the mirror.
Robston is gone. Robston?
I guess I'll just go this way. I pressed Shadow Fall, it reached 40% max HP. Well, I mean, you know, that's fine, right? It's called being skilled, bro. True. You're so right for that, bro.
Are you coming for me, Robston?
For real, for real. Imagine my disappointment when the patch note videos are not 20 minutes long. Yeah. Turns out the data mining wasn't that big. It's just like encryption changes. Although, this dungeon is now voice acted in English, so that's probably part of the stuff they added. Which I guess Cleric is probably going to be voice acted too now. It's 14 gigs though. Yeah, but the thing that you have to understand with when you download a patch is you're not downloading 14 gigs of new content. If they touch up a file, an existing file, even if they change one line of text, you're gonna have to re-download the entire fucking thing, right? So even if like they just change the encryption and it just changes like a line of text within the string of like 50,000 different things, even though they didn't actually add anything, you're gonna have to re-download it. Which is likely what happened here. Like it's not 15 gigs of new content, like it did not add 15 gigs to the size of the game. You just had to download 15 gigs of replacement files that got merged into like existing stuff. Are we being dead ass right now? But I thought you guys had this, you know? I thought you guys had this. Guess not. They also added ninth character slot, kinda. I mean, I actually on my my login screen, one of my characters is bugged now.
Who are you? Where's Robster?
Are they both here? I think they are. Like, I'll show you guys, but I have one of my characters T-posing on the character selection screen. But they're probably adding a slot because of the new class.
Can you find truth within the mirror?
I thought you were gonna fail it again. I was about to lose my goddamn mind. I was gonna get staggered. Yep. She's probably gonna do it though. I mean, voice acting sounds good. Yeah, it's much better than the placeholder we had until now. It's much better, thank God. They also didn't reuse the voice actor from the original Fight Temple. Thank God again. Thank God times 2, you know. If the new class is a gauntlet fighter class and we don't get normal, I'll be very sad. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a coin toss. It could be part of the game's release from the get-go, but it could also not. It really depends on how they want to manage it. Because it's probably, assuming there are some sweeping changes with the balance at level 50, it's gonna be pretty difficult to have a class that is meant for level 50 to not be broken at level 45, right? So I can see them retaining the class until Season 4 for Global as well, because of that. We'll see, we'll see. Who knows, maybe they already have a plan. Like, maybe they already built the class with both kits in mind. That's possible. That dome is fucked. Yeah. Yeah. I had a feeling. I have to use a stone, don't I? Yeah. Whatever. Whatever, man. I'll take the -1. I won't be that guy. I don't trust NCSoft at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna blame you for that. Again, it's all about being cautiously optimistic.
An illusion.
Beric, man. I wonder how crit works. Instead it says the chance doesn't exceed 50%. I measured it for my guy to wanna way higher. Yeah, no, crit is definitely not capped. I mean, the thing is, okay, you also have to look into the fact that some skills have a guaranteed crit, which skews the result. Like, for Cleric, Condemnation is 100%, for example, right? So it does skew the result. That being said, it doesn't feel like it's exactly 50%. It certainly feels like it's a bit more than that, baseline. But there's also some skew happening from that. Are you doing the sugar game, Sakura? Oh, nah. The ranger did your DPS and he kept trying to kill us? Yeah. He actually managed to kill me once. Doing Ludra on ults now doesn't seem worth it to me on Kina and chance of mats. Yeah, I mean, you mostly do Ludra. Okay. I'll just do this. You mostly do Ludra to also upkeep your ult. Like, it's a good way to get weapon and guard upgrades, to get your bracelets, to actually get like good soul binds on ults. Like, it's a good upkeep thing while also getting some side mats, but it's obviously not the most worth thing, the most worth thing of all time. Only measured with auto attack. Yeah, I mean, as I said, right, it only feels like crit is not capped at 50%. Like, everyone agrees on that. Like, but that is true for like everything that is supposed to be capped at 50%, by the way. Like, even block and evasion, like, it says it's capped at 50. It really doesn't feel that way. But yeah, you know. You need to draw to roll gear on ults, yeah.
Moving on to the next. You get extra points for collecting balloons, Nirk.
Like, it's mainly for upkeep of the character. Like, if you want to push it slightly ahead, or you want it to be slightly better, like, it's a pretty low time investment. I return. Is no one grabbing the...
Here's the answer, Nirk.
Okay, well, I'm just going to exit.
Memorize the positions of the tiles and balloons together, Nirk.
It's already fucked. Whatever, man. My ults are mainly Kina farmer for my main. I don't get them up anymore. Yeah. I mean, same, but okay. Here's why I'm also considering on RL. At the bare minimum, I'm stashing all of these soulbind mats because there's always the off chance that one day they randomly decide to let us reroll soulbinds with old characters. Who knows, right? So even if I don't use it, like either that, or there's a chance they're going to make the wings upgrade something that is shared across the entire server, which means that then you can use these stones to upgrade your wings too. So just because of that, just stashing the mats, even if you don't need them, can be a good investment for the future, like, considering how small of a time investment it is anyways. And like, you also get Kina and mats with it, so it's not a complete waste of time. What are we talking about storing? Soulbind stones. Like, because when you do Ludra, you get like, I think it's 40 Soulbind stones per run. So when you do it on your ults, obviously you can use those to actually roll your stats properly on your ult, but even if you don't need it, you can just stash them, just on the off chance that maybe they're going to let you do something with them that's going to benefit your main at a later date. I can run a few more than I gotta go. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. That is okay. Like, as I said, it's not a very big time investment anyway, so you might as well spin the wheel on that one. I need 8 stigma shards. How many can I craft? 2. Okay, we ball. That's crazy. The one day where I don't sleep at 8 AM, that's nuts, man. Imagine. But I guess I can just buy the rest of the thing. I'm not really using my AP for anything, so I might as well just finish off my res skill. I need 7, right? Yeah, it's not even that expensive. Okay, we got 3 corridors, dude. I gotta celebrate. Alright, everything at level 20. How many skills is that? 10? Yeah, 10 skills at level 20? Fuck me, dude. Yes. Now the scam bot. Just ban this guy. What's his name? Okay. Members. Permanently ban. There you go. Now we can focus on the real endgame, buying AP pods. You think I won't? I'll fucking do it. The transfer system also transfers the soulbind? Yes. It transfers the, if you mean the inheritance system, yes. It transfers the soulbinds and it transfers the level of the piece of equipment. Now the soulbinds transfers like 1-to-1 in terms of their value, so if you transfer to a higher piece of gear, you will have to max them again. Holy shit, the streamer is a little psychopath, yeah. I mean, the thing is, my next use for AP would be a piece of high commander gear, but I'm pretty far off with platinums, because like I'm not really locked in when it comes to farming for PvP gear right now, so yeah. I'm just taking my time with it on the PvP side. Like my PvP gear is good enough to be doing like light PvP at this point. And hey, if they make PvP good again in season 4, then I'll lock in again. Then it's gonna be worth it for me to actually lock in. But for the time being, I'm just taking it easy, just going through the motions. SM. But this comp's good, you know, this comp's pretty good. This SM is called Backpack. Bro is not bidding the foreign allegation. What the fuck is that name? Well. Oh well. I hope they make PvP better. Long-term PvP is what keeps the game fun. Once you have PvP on repeat. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's just a matter of whether they want to do it or not. As I said, right, I don't really have a problem with the game mainly focusing on PvE. As long as the PvE offering is complete enough, which it's not right now. So they kind of have to pick a path between like going half and half or just making PvP a side content with like a better PvE offering. And this is the same fucking line delivery as like Ganondorf from the CDI games. Bit of a deep cut, but if you know, you know. All PvP needs to be fun is not being a troll. Wow, dude. You know, the only thing that PvP needs to do to be good is not be bad. That is a take. I don't disagree, but that's a funny way to put it. You have to specialize in your crafting skills like in AION2. No, you don't. You can level every craft, and crafting is very surface level. If it's repetitive and boring, then it's gonna die. Yeah, I mean that stems from the content in itself, right? Because like right now, the main PvP has two problems right now. The balance is bad, but the content is also bad, right? You can deal with one of the two being bad as long as the other one is really good, but you can't really deal with both being bad, right? So right now the balance is bad and the content in itself is very boring and repetitive. Like rifting is dead, arenas are dead, group PvP is only in battlegrounds and you can queue 3 times a week, right? And the only form of open world PvP is abyss roaming, which is like very tedious and repetitive and doesn't really have a good reason to do it because AP is capped and rankings don't have actual rewards. Why is arena dead? Imbalanced? Well, first of all, yes, there's only really 3 classes that can do anything in arena, but it's also the fact that there's just 0 rewards. Like arena is just a consumable like black hole. You don't gain anything from doing arena, but it takes your consumables, right? Why limit battleground entries? They just are really hard pressed about people not feeling stressed about having too much to do. So that's why there's lockout, which is fine. AION1 also had lockouts, like you could only do like 2 dredgens a day, right? But when the rest of the offering is this week, that it kind of sucks. Like the thing with AION1 is the PvP was good and the content was good. Now the PvP wasn't good in every patch and the content was good in every patch, but every time that happened, there was always the other one to fall onto. Like, because when the PvP is good, but the PvP content isn't good, you can just kind of make your own content, right? Like in the case of AION1, you can always like spam duels with friends. You can do some bare bones open world PvP, and you're gonna have fun, right? And then on the flip side, like the very early days of AION1, like the original 1.x, the balancing was absolute ass cheeks. Like the game was barely functional, right? But the sandbox aspect of the PvP was revolutionary, and that's what hooked people. Rifting was great, the Abyss was great. And that was enough to keep people around. It's all about the balance, right? Being able to purchase from market only if you have the subscription is kind of crazy now. I mean, if you play WoW or 14, you can't even play the game unless you play the sub. So I don't think that's that foreign of a concept. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Fixed rifting plus better balance plus better robotic, or we're so back. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm cautiously optimistic about Season 4, because we know Season 4 is going to bring in new rifting maps that will be thought up from the ground up with the current ways things are, right? And there's probably going to be like class balance and everything, so Season 4 has the potential to be great. The game has the potential. It does.
Into the...
Do you think the difference between playing with 20 pings and 50 ping, like it matters, just really high ping is awful? Every single point of ping will heavily impact your DPS in this game. So even from 20 to 50 ping, that's going to be a good chunk of your DPS that's going to be gone. And that is one thing that I hope they will eventually address with this game, because it is a problem. Now, is it going to be unplayable? No, you're going to be fine. Like, the PvE in this game barely has DPS checks. It's mostly going to be like a personal like vibe feeling thing, where you're going to be looking at the DPS meter and someone with less gear than you but better ping is going to do better DPS than you. Actually, Final Fantasy 15 has a free trial. Yeah, 14 has a free trial, but the free trial essentially just completely prevents you from interacting with other players, right? Including the market. Like, AION2 is not a free-to-play game. AION2 is a game with a very, like a paid subscription MMO with a very, very generous free trial that doesn't really lock anything outside of just play exchange. So you're basically playing Iron Man. And if you're complaining about that, you're actually fucking delusional. Like, that is... The game has 99 problems and this is not one of them. I've ERP'd with people on the free trial. That's part of the perks. I mean, bro, you can ERP with people on Discord. Sky's the fucking limit, dude. Is what a friend told me once. Nuh-uh, I know what you are. I have access to the latest content where the playbase is. Yeah, on 14, yeah. You're 2 expansions behind, right? On 14? When I class DPS, yeah. I mean,
Shout to the heart and remain standing.
the thing with the PvE DPS is Assassin has the highest burst DPS. Like, again, you have to look at classes in the context of, like, what's going on with the game, right? Assassin has the highest burst DPS, by far. But most of the DPS classes have DPS that even out across a quote-unquote long fight. The problem is that most bosses in the game die within a minute and a half right now. So obviously Assassin is always going to end on top because of that. But when you look at the fight like Cleric, for example, which is arguably the only fight where the DPS check actually matters,
Can you feel my broken heart?
it's a lot more even. It's a lot more even.
Then run to them.
Like, again, it's about how it evens out over time. Oh god. Do I have to use a stone for this? Surely not. Okay. I'm just going to hold on to my stone and see what happens.
Bear it. It's
Oh
the
boy.
agony I feel.
Please tell me these guys can know how to do this. Okay, they don't. That's fine. Surely you guys live, right? Alright, Sakura, don't betray me. Okay, we're good. You can do endgame blue mage content, which I am told is a real class by streamer. And Shovi, I mean this by the absolute, like, with the absolute utmost respect. Go fuck yourself. In all due respect. Fuck you. But it's about being reasonable with your expectations. Like, this is a live service game. Like, having the sub block out some features is like expected. Bro, on AION1, you could not even do the fucking MSQ without the sub. Like, the majority of MMOs on the market will not let you even log into the game if you don't pay for the sub. Like, the sub limiting your market thing is not a problem. I'm surprised people are complaining about this, but they're not complaining about the fact that the subscription, like the double chest aspect of the sub, because that is honestly the biggest problem with the sub right now. It's the double chest. That is what makes the biggest difference. Like, the double chest and the Shugo shop that sells you more dungeon energy is the biggest fucking difference maker from the sub, not the player trade. I can tell you right now, I pay for the sub. The amount of time I interact with the auction house, or the amount of time I trade with another player, is fucking non-existent. I could go 2 years without ever using the auction house in this game. Genuinely. I could not go 1 week without the double chest and extra energy feature. Like, people just look at the wrong thing. Again, probably because they listen to like completely clueless content creators that don't actually fucking play the game. Like, that's like, this shit is a plague, man. Just curious, but what is the point of Transcendence once you have maxed out cards? Isn't max level 5 on Arcana? I mean, the thing, you need Arcana cards for both PvE and PvP, right? So you need to... Basically, you're always chasing those perfect cards, right? And you also need like insane amount of cards, like card XP. And Transcendence in itself gives you the highest amount of keyness, so on and so forth. And because of the limited dungeon entry tickets that you get a week, you kind of have to do a balancing act between the two of them to actually utilize your energy, because you're going to run out of entries before you run out of boss kill counts in most cases with the new way the tickets are laid out. I'm only complaining about this because I'm testing on Taiwan, not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily telling this because of you specifically. I'm just saying, broadly speaking, like, that is the thing that people bring up the most about the subscription model, which, when that is not the biggest problem with it, like, by far. People complain about don't play the game, yeah. I don't know why people even complain. You can play for free, 100 hours, pay nothing. Yeah, exactly. You can't really complain about that. Like, complaining about the pay-to-win stuff, like the swiping advantages and stuff, is legitimate. But complaining about a fucking sub is insane. Like, complaining about having to sub to use the auction house is insane to me. Now, when you account for both subs, is the sub too expensive? Yes. 100%. It is. That we can talk about. And would it be nice if the sub was purchasable with Kuna, so this way you have a way to remain free to play by farming in-game currency and using the currency exchange? Yes, that would be a good addition, 100%. But, you know, these are the topics you should be talking about.
Intruders! The leader send you? See if you can stand your ground.
I played 2 years with 0 sub, 0 pay in BNS, and I did enjoy it, yeah. And you can do the same with this game, like, even if you don't play the sub at all, if you solely focus on PvE, you will be capable of clearing all of the PvE content. You will be able to. Is it going to be more tedious? Is it going to take you more time? Will you never be able to be at the absolute peak? Yeah. But will you be able to play the game, enjoy the game, and do all of the PvE content? Yes. There's no gating. And that alone, I think, is like genuinely fucking insane. That it's actually genuinely insane to me that you can do that. Playing BNS without a sub is crazy commitment. Now that I don't disagree with. But hey, that is one of the perks of free-to-play games, right? But some are more lenient than others, and I genuinely think AION2 is like one of the more lenient ones I've ever seen. Because there's literally actually no gating. You just have like slower progression. After BNS, Neo, anything else in comparison is insane. Well, yeah, I've heard the stories. I haven't played it personally, but yeah. We do not talk about this slop. Yeah, that kind of was a bad move from NCSoft. Like right before presenting AION2 to the world, like releasing a game as egregious as this was kind of not the right message to get across right before presenting AION2. You know. If you have all Arcanas, same thing with Ion Ascend. Ion Ascend was also like a terrible fucking marketing. If you have all Arcanas +5 and with skills, what do you want? What's the point of running Transcendence? It's just like for the Kina, the mats, more card XP if you want to fish for like better cards. Like this one also has like the Nemesis Belic mats, the Pantheon item, the skins, right? Now, obviously, especially with the addition of the wings enhancing, regular dungeons are like have more perks, but you know. And as I said, because you have to balance out your entry tickets for dungeons, if you actually want to use all of your energy, you kind of have to like swing a balancing act between Transcendence and regular dungeons. Because you're not going to have enough entry tickets otherwise. Dude. Neo's 100 times worse than live in terms of free play. Yeah. BNS Neo and Ion Ascend were not good moves from NCA right before AION2 was a thing. It definitely sent the wrong message. Full ticket and energy system will have tickets when you can use some other. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it needs to be streamlined. Like, I've been saying this for ages. The dungeon entry system in AION2 is like so fucking bloated and convoluted. It really makes you wonder, like, who fucking thought of this shit?
Shot to the heart and remain standing.
They're actually updating BNS Live still, even though they say they wouldn't. I mean, I think they have no clue what's going on with their own games. The thing with BNS Neo and I Understand is they released those prior to rebuilding NCA, so it was still under the old guard of like, because NCA prior to rebuilding, now I'm not saying that NCA is better now because we haven't seen them yet, right? But prior to rebuilding, like NCA was literally like 3 dickheads in an office playing Overwatch, right? They have no fucking ideas what they did. They just like kind of imported shit from Korea without giving it a second thought, and without properly like managing it. So we'll have to see how the new NCA handles things.
See if you can bear it. It's all an illusion.
Gotta go? Alright. Thanks for the runs, brother. Is Sanctuary 2 tomorrow? Yes. It is. Which means I'm gonna be doing another big stream tomorrow, by the way. Even though I usually don't. Alright, let me have a quick look at something. Okay. Are you still around, Sakura? Do you intend on running shit without me, or do you just want to like wait each other to run stuff? Because I don't mind waiting, because I don't have that much more energy left, right? So, like, how much do I have? Yeah, 1400. Like, essentially accounting for like the day difference, like 20 more runs, I guess. I can wait. We have the same energy left. Yeah, I guess we'll do that then. In that case, I'm gonna be done for today, chat. Since I'm gonna be doing a big stream tomorrow as well. Because we're gonna have all of the sanctuary stuff, etc, etc. So I'm just going to stop now. So, as always, thanks you for watching. It's always a pleasure to stream for you guys. I was still progging Sanctuary 3, I was on pause. It's on pause because we have people progging Final Fantasy 14 right now, so we just don't have the people to go. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Make sure to follow the channel on both Twitch and YouTube if you haven't already. Make sure to jump on the Discord to be made aware of my whereabouts as well. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, same time, probably longer stream, to do Sanctuary stuff, more dungeons, and so on and so forth. So yeah. Thanks for watching. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm going to be hosting someone. Let me have a quick look. Let's see. What do we have? I guess Asylon is online. Yeah, I'll host Asylon. You guys go watch Asylon, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more stuff. GG's.
And it's really outdated and I don't really like that.